Okay.
Hey, come on.
Shut up. We're going to do this again?
No.
The bit's back,
you
everybody.
Were off, bro.
The bit's back. Everyone loves
You
the
were
classics. So Wednesday morning, you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
35 degrees right now, going to get up to 42, but as we speak, it's like that sleety, slushy, gross, little bit of snow. Depending on where you are, the roads are a little bit slick.
Okay.
Remember, we had that theory that they have just stopped icing or salting.
Oh, they're done for the season?
No, by the way, we don't know that.
Yeah.
It was just a conspiracy theory that was thrown out. But the roads are a little bit weird in some places, so just be careful.
Okay.
Be aware when you're going outside. I'm going to say this right now.
What happened?
I got to get out of my house forever.
Why?
At least till the end of the week. It's spring break.
Oh, so the kids are home.
Yep, girls are home, and their cousins have been over, and they're all hanging out and running around the house. And
Yeah, you're like that go-to house.
Yeah.
Where everybody hangs.
Yeah, it's great. Middle of the day, trying to take a nap.
Mm-hmm.
So I come home yesterday. Right? There are 7 kids.
7 kids? How do you get to 7 kids?
7 kids. So
and these are all relatives?
Yeah, all their cousins came over, hang out. They're all on break. They all wanted to hang together. So there's 7 kids in my house.
Oh, my God.
And so I walk in. There's just 3 kids running around the living room. My sister's hanging out. She's over. My youngest and her cousin, who are around the same age, they're like doing a dance in one room.
Okay.
And then I go upstairs. All right, Kimmy, help me here. And the phone number is 252-WCMF. My oldest is 14.
Yep.
She can't do anything now without putting on makeup. Is that normal?
Yeah.
I think you're asking the wrong person here.
You can answer. You want to answer?
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Mr. Makeup Expert. You know you are.
Well, sometimes a little is enough with makeup.
What are you
A
talking?
little is enough.
Okay. Kimmy, I will go back to talking to you. We can't do anything
Yeah.
without 45 minutes of her having to get ready. Like she won't go to hockey practice without putting her face on.
I mean, I remember that being a thing when I was a teenager, but I would assume it's only gotten like more prominent with kids your age just because of, YouTube and stuff. I know that makes me sound old.
Okay. I'm working with 2 of the oldest people ever. One guy that can't keep tempo. And if you're seeing the YouTube makeups.
Is there more options now to get makeup for girls?
Yeah. I mean, there's, I didn't know, unless you went to a drugstore to get your makeup, I don't really remember Sephora being a thing. I don't remember those high-end brands being attainable so much, or at least girls weren't as interested in them. They were just whatever, easy stuff they could get their hands on.
I have a question.
Yes, you in the back, sir.
Thank you. So does she wear adult? Do young girls wear adult makeup? Do they make teen makeup?
I have no idea. I know that they go to.
So you bring that up. They do kind of have makeup more directed at kids, where it's not as heavy, I guess.
Coming out looking like Dolly Parton.
But I would assume you're.
Can we do a modern show for one time in our life ever? You want to talk about?
I can't think of a who's the new trampy woman. Well, Dolly Parton made it.
Yes, he did. She's flailing right now.
Who?
Dolly Parton is a saint.
Dolly Parton said it costs a lot of money to look this cheap.
Yeah, she can say it.
That's a tramp.
She can say it. You can't.
I can say it.
And Jolene was a tramp. Dolly's just hanging.
I'm from the South. I can say it.
But you were saying, I'm sorry.
No, I don't know. I'm just saying. I know some of that stuff's super expensive.
Yeah, I'll be honest. That is not of my world. I will go to the Sephoras and the Ultas with my kids. That's where the young kids hang out now. When we go to the mall, it's all teenage girls.
But that sounds
that wasn't
par for
a thing.
girl.
Yeah.
But why
well,
is
no,
it?
I'm just saying, she had nowhere to go yesterday. I get home. She's 14, so she didn't wake up till 10:30.
Yeah.
And she's putting her makeup on just to sit around the house. So the
Well,
reason
in case she's going to be in some pictures or something.
But didn't
like
your
that.
sisters? I mean, you had sisters that were teenagers. Didn't they do the
I
same
don't think
thing?
Yeah,
we thought about it so much when we were at home because you weren't seeing anybody, but now your daughter has access to people all the time, whether it's FaceTime or you know what I mean. She could interact with anybody in a
You're
second.
always on, baby.
No, she's not wrong.
Sell, talk.
And I was 4 and 6 years older than my sister, so I was pretty much out of the house when that whole phase was happening. But the reason I bring this up is so the kids are running around. It's chaos downstairs. I'm going to go upstairs and take my nap, but I get upstairs and my daughter is in the bathroom and she had a babysitting gig on Saturday, so she got paid $50. And she went and took that $50 and she bought a little waterproof JBL speaker at Marshall's or something.
Yeah.
So this speaker, for it being this big, is the loudest damn speaker you've ever heard in your life. I'm like, okay. So I'm banging on the door. She can't hear me banging on the door that she is in the bathroom to try and get her to turn it down, right? And I'm like, hey, you got to turn it down. I'm listening to my music. I'm like, no, I got to take a nap. You can't even hear it. If I couldn't hear it, I wouldn't tell you to turn it down. For God's sakes. All right, so finally, I get into bed. I take a nap. My wife's working, right? So I'm gonna try and figure out dinner. We're running low on groceries because the kids are home all week.
Yeah,
right?
so they're just plowing through.
You got it. So I figure out a girl dinner situation.
Oh, we got to make a girl dinner.
Are you familiar with girl dinner?
No.
It's just grazing.
It's kind of how Tommy eats.
All right. Gotcha.
It is. You eat in like little bits here and there. Like
like a
maybe
little
you got
noshing.
a bunch of different things in smaller portions.
Yep. So we got a little like
a little tapas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I made a margarita, a little frozen pizza.
Oh, look at you.
We had a tiny little stromboli that I found in the bottom of the freezer.
All right.
I brought out some chips and salsa, and there was some leftover pasta from the night before.
Oh, my God.
Right,
that sounds pretty good.
But here's the thing. Well, I'm brilliant as being a poor person growing up. I know how to make food go. So I'm going through my pantry looking for other stuff I can make. 2 weeks ago, I bought a bag of Reese's peanut butter eggs.
Oh, for the Easter.
Yeah. Well, no, that was just for me.
Yeah, but they're Easter.
Yeah. And everybody knows, and Kimmy, you can back me up on this, the chocolate to peanut butter ratio on the Reese's peanut butter eggs.
Any holiday Reese's, for whatever reason, just tastes better.
It's perfection.
Whether it's the Christmas tree, the Easter egg. I think they make one for Halloween, too.
Yeah, the pumpkins.
Yeah.
So I've been waiting to eat these things. I just haven't had a chance to get to them, and I hit them in the pantry.
Yeah.
So I'm going through the pantry, and I see the bag, and I go, I smile, and I go to grab them. I'm not going to eat one. I'm just going to look at them. It's
Just
empty.
going to stare and smell.
It's empty.
Empty. Wait, they put the bag back empty?
I didn't have one. I didn't open it. The bag was unopened. They ate all my eggs. They ate all my eggs at some point this week, all of my peanut butter eggs.
Yeah, I'm guessing you need to hide everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I did. I did hide it. Those locusts found them
Yes.
somehow in the pantry. I don't even know what you're looking for. I put them back near the pasta nobody wants. You know what I mean? Everybody's got pasta that you're like, oh, we're going to try this, and then it stays in the pantry for like
spinach pasta.
Yeah, 2 years. No, nobody wants chickpea pasta.
Yeah.
So, I put it back there. They found them and ate them all. I'm done. We got like 5 more days of spring break, and I can't handle this anymore.
So what do you do?
I don't know, because now I'm getting the whole, I want to go see my friends. I need a ride here. I want to go to the mall. I want to go to the movies. And I ain't doing it. Not during the week. I got to work. It's driving me nuts, man.
Did you just throw them out?
Where? Yeah, I mean, they go play with their friends. Then their friends come back and eat all my food.
Oh.
Yeah, the friends are the problem because you can't tell that kid no.
We got a 12-pack of Poppy. Kimmy, can you explain to Tommy what Poppy is?
Isn't it? It's branded as a healthier soda.
Okay.
Whatever it is. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
That was gone in like 4 hours.
They drank all the soda.
Yeah, all the kids. And here's what they do, too, that drives me nuts. They'll open up a soda. It just drives me insane.
And they open up another soda.
Yeah.
Finish that soda.
That's been since the beginning of kid time.
No, but like my youngest sister, Katie, does this to this day. She's a
yeah,
grown-ass
I do know
person.
adults that do it too.
She'll come over. She'll open up a soda. She'll have 4 sips of it, leave it on the counter, and open up another soda. Finish the damn soda. So, like, the Poppy is gone.
All right.
It's all flat. There are 7 half-drank cans of Poppy on my island. I'm going insane.
You're out of candy.
And that Poppy is not cheap, nor is the candy. Candy is in, like, the stratosphere price right now. Just get out of my house. Get out of my effing house, man.
I would have to throw them out.
There's nowhere to throw them.
Yeah, there's outside. Go play outside. Beautiful day.
Yeah, today, beautiful day.
Yeah, they're also teenagers, so there's nothing for them to do out. They don't play anymore, you know.
My youngest will still go play, which is nice.
Really?
But even like this week, like Saturday and Sunday, the weather was nice enough where they could go out and play. Like yesterday was just miserable. It's like kind of rainy and cold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know the weather's not helping your situation.
Yeah, today ain't going to do it. Like these damn kids, like,
These damn kids.
damn it.
you open up on a soda pop and about a candy.
It's a catch-22. Because if you are not entertaining them, which is expensive
But by the way,
and time-consuming.
they got all the entertainment in the world now.
You ain't kidding.
Like what? So they're just bored with everything on TV?
But it's also got to be hard as a parent, like, to encourage them to go watch TV. Because, like, that was the one thing our parents didn't want us to do is sit in front of the TV for too long.
Just give me some time. I got to take a nap, and I got to get the show done. Then we can go have all the fun you want within reason inside the house.
All right.
Let's have a fun discussion as a family. Because I'm not taking you to Altitude, and we're not going to the movies, and we're not going to Horizon Fun Effects or Adventure Landing, Clubhouse Fun Center, whatever they call it now.
But like your sister watches the kids, right?
So yeah.
I just go to the library and take a nap on a seat.
Because she's got like 7
No,
kids.
you.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that.
Just fall asleep on a. Like go to Barnes and Noble, find a nice comfortable chair, pretend you're reading, and just nod off for an hour. They're probably way quieter
You're probably right.
because they don't tolerate that crap at Barnes and Noble. They'll throw your ass out.
252 WCMF. We are smack dab in the middle of spring break. I know I'm not the only parent, although if you're up right now, you're probably going to work, so you're not dealing with your kids at home for spring break. So my wife does this thing, too, where when the kids have off, she tries to, like, save her, like, days off.
Okay, so she can be home with the kids?
Yeah, but here's what's weird. She does it in, like, spurts.
Yeah.
Where, like, she took off Monday, but she worked yesterday. And she's got a half day today, so she can spend the other half of the day with the kids. It's like she knows, like, I've got
a little bit here, a little bit there.
If I was home the whole week with them, I'd throw them out the window. So I'm going to go like every other and then a half and then maybe a quarter to spend a little more time.
I never understood, like, like when people like quit like big careers and they go, well, it's to spend more time with my family. Why? Because you're going to hate it. Because after a while, it's drudgery and boring. And I never believed that. Like, you're not really going to go spend time with your family.
Well, no.
Like, I understand, like, you feel like you missed out on a lot, maybe, depending on what you do. So you want to, like, catch up on that lost time.
All right, let me be clear. I think there's a difference. Because what you said, I think, is just you being a dick. If I was off this week, we'd be doing a whole bunch of fun stuff.
Yeah, but you'd still, by the end of the week, you'd be at the end of your rope. You'd be miserable. You'd be so frustrated and upset.
But something is going to frustrate me, whether it's work, whether it's my family, something is going to. We're humans. We get frustrated.
Yeah.
What is frustrating this week is my kids cannot wrap their heads around the idea that I have job to do.
Yeah.
Right? That I have all of these things I have to do. Like I'm supposed to be at their beck and call at any moment to drive, my one daughter, can you drive me to Fairport to go hang out with my hockey friend? No, I can't. And I'm not going to do that. So stop asking.
So when do you get your permit? 16?
Yeah. Okay.
You got like 2 years?
That's a whole other, I don't want that either. Shut up.
What do you want? You don't want to drive them around? Get them a car and let them get a license in a car.
First of all, we talked about this. I'm not buying my kids a car. Second of all, why don't you have just quiet, respectful fun in my house? How about that?
No kid knows.
I know.
What is that?
I don't know what that looks like.
Go read a book. Got a lot of books around here. Your mother likes to read. Go pick a
book.
Go learn about the anatomy of the human
Open
body.
up a skin book.
Yes. Got so many journals. You can go open up and read and make something of yourself.
Read about infections.
Go.
Does it make you
Happy
wonder,
holidays.
though,
Shut up,
like,
shut up.
with what you're going through, like, how loud you were as a kid? Like, you look back on yourself as a kid and be like, I did the same thing.
Yeah, but here's the difference. I am fully. We had 4 kids in the house. It was me, my younger brother, my 2 younger sisters. It was a 3-bedroom house where everyone shared a room. It was a tiny place, right? So it was chaos all the time. But don't forget, Kimmy, it was the 1990s. So our parents were gone all day at their jobs, so they didn't have to deal with any of it.
I could ride my bike wherever I wanted.
And yes, I was eating all the food, right, which cost my parents money. I understand that. Like I'm getting that on the back end. But yeah, like they didn't have to deal with the chaos. Yeah. And I knew not to go to my mom and be like, "You want to take me Verizon?" Verizon Fun Effects with the phone. Horizon Fun Effects. Like that just wasn't happening.
Yeah.
They also had those town camps back in the day. You remember those?
Yeah.
Oh, they had them like for breaks too.
They had them for like breaks. Yeah.
I don't remember.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was always during the summer. They had them for like
random. It's like poor kid camp.
Too.
Yeah.
Right?
So
poor camp.
I remember when I was younger, before I could stay home by myself. Yeah, they would like the town of Gates would run like a week-long like sports camp.
Yeah,
play
they did have
dodgeball one day, right?
Camps,
so they just dropped me off at like St. Theodore's Church Gym, and I'm gone for the day. They ain't got to worry about nothing. Where the hell are those? Where the hell are those? What happened to those
Busted
things?
camp.
God! And I can't even send them to like their sports camp. Like my youngest plays tennis, right?
Yeah.
So there's like a tennis camp, and that'll be $9,000. That ain't happening.
Oh yeah.
And then I got to drive my daughter to the rink if she wants to go to hockey camp. I ain't doing that.
So you're just too available to your kids.
Do I sound available?
Yes, you do. Because my whole object was to avoid my parents at all costs. So even like when I had those breaks, I didn't want to talk to my mother. Like I would just go do something because I didn't want to be lectured or told what to do.
But you were allowed to go do something. To his point, it's not like he could just let his kids roam the neighborhood.
Well, they can, but we live in the middle of nowhere, so if their friends aren't available,
there's nowhere for them to go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I lived near a park where I go play basketball. I lived around the corner from a couple of businesses where I go get lunch or like go shop for like kid stuff. My kids don't have that. They have the Nepalese market around the corner.
Oh yeah.
And there's only so many durians you can buy.
Whatever that is.
It's that smelly fruit we were talking about.
Oh,
I don't even know if they sell those in Nepal. I'm just guessing. I don't know. And then like on top of that, there's like boy drama with my oldest this week, and like she's not around her friends, so like I got to get the rundown, and like I'm stuck in this middle, Kimmy, of I understand that this is going to come to an end soon.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm surprised that my
Trying
daughter.
to enjoy it.
Well, no, because I don't enjoy it. I'm surprised that my daughter is telling me some of
Yeah,
this
I am
stuff.
too. Like the stuff that she is honest with you about is very impressive.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
And okay. But I also don't want to be that parent that is like involved in the teenage drama.
Ooh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
We
but you kind of are.
But we all remember that mom that would like take sides, and I'm not. I don't. They're not my business. I don't know. So like, I don't want to like Heisman push her away.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't want to. I don't.
Well, you
I
just
don't-
got to listen, right? Which sucks.
No, but then I'm just getting like her
yeah,
side
you know,
of the
you
story.
wouldn't want to like come up with like nicknames or like get into like the drama of your child
Okay, the
or make
nicknames
fun
are
of
just for
or
fun. That's a fun thing we do. Shut up
Did that get back to her?
to the kid. No, I don't think so.
No, to your daughter.
Oh yeah, no. I call the kid. I call the kids the nicknames to her face. That's why I have the nicknames. The nicknames exist to make her laugh.
That can't end. That cannot end well.
I'll tell you what, when
It
she's
just
35, I'll let you know. Just kidding. You'll be long dead. We got a dynamite. Tommy's going to die soon. Cut a break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Hate.
Yep.
I think we already started.
I hate everything.
I hate my house.
Hey, Mail of the Week coming at you. 2 weeks ago, we told you a story about a construction flagger who got into a physical altercation with a man in a car who
Yeah.
did not like the instructions he was getting. And the break we discussed were like the average jobs you were most likely to take a punch.
Yeah.
A man heard that break, and he must have stopped listening after the construction story because he wanted to talk about that actual incident.
All right.
Because according to him, we were unfair in that story.
Oh, really?
We only told one side of the story. Don't you want to hear about the guy who punched allegedly the flagger? And this letter, along with another story that we've been following for the last couple of months, may be a little bit of a warning.
Oh.
Do people hate construction workers right now?
Just the actual worker, not the construction.
I get hating the
The
construction.
people doing the construction.
We're gonna hear this letter,
All right.
and I'm gonna remind you of the other story. Kind of nervous.
All right.
We'll get into it just after 8:00 here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, you got to follow the rules,
Yes, you do.
even if those rules are not enforced. And the state of New York is coming out to let people know who ride on these. Look, these are the rules you have to follow, or you're going to be punished. Question is, Kimmy, has anyone on these ever been punished for breaking
No.
any of these rules?
I've seen some things.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. So warning from the police, Tommy.
What are they saying?
You're going to use these. You have to use them within the confines of the law.
All right.
And it's important that you know these rules so you don't break the law.
Okay.
But it's hard to enforce the law when the law doesn't seem to be actually enforced. Because, Kimmy, I've never heard of anyone ever getting in trouble for breaking these rules on these things.
No, like maybe they're told don't do that, but never seen anybody actually like face a fine or something.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. When you go and stay in a hotel, there are things you should leave behind.
You should leave behind?
Yeah, like anything valuable.
Okay.
That is a hard lesson that a couple who was staying just down the road from us may have learned over the weekend. And we'll get to the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The state of New York and law enforcement are warning folks who use e-bikes about the laws revolving around e-bikes.
So what's the
Rules of
law?
the road.
So right off the bat, you cannot ride an e-bike on the sidewalk.
So you have to be on the road.
That is against the law, yes.
All right.
Even though you see people riding e-bikes on the sidewalk all the time.
Yeah, it's where they're parked.
Second, you're only supposed to ride with traffic.
So you basically it's a car
You got
Okay.
it. Traffic and
or a
traffic.
motorcycle.
Can we talk about that for a second?
Yeah.
So I get the idea, whether it's biking or e-biking,
Yeah.
that riding with traffic is like what you're supposed to do because the road says so.
Right.
But that seems so much more dangerous than going against traffic.
Because you can't have, like, you don't see it coming. Is that
Right.
what you're saying?
Trucks.
Yes. If you're riding a
Yeah.
bike down a road where it's like busy, like your whole puckers
Yeah,
every
no,
time you
I
feel
don't
a
know
car
how
coming up.
people
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
It is so uncomfortable. I hate it.
Well, it's the same way when I see joggers like that when there's no shoulder and they're literally on the side of the road running. I go, how are you doing?
I will only run against the traffic when I'm jogging so I can
I
see
think you're
what's coming.
supposed to.
Right, but I
if
see
you're
'em all the
walking or
time.
running, right?
Against?
I thought so.
No, wait, you're saying you're supposed to run with the traffic?
No,
No,
against the
against.
Yeah,
If
I always
you're-
said against it too, but I see like those college kids when
Yeah.
they're training, they're all on the other side.
Wait, so then why am I running against the traffic but biking with the traffic? That doesn't make sense.
I don't know. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
you should
to your-
run against the flow of traffic.
Yeah, I want to see what's coming.
So then why do I bike with traffic?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
Doesn't make
Because
sense.
it's like a vehicle.
But it's
Yeah.
not. I
Right,
mean,
I
I guess
know.
an e-bike is kind of a vehicle, but a
Yeah.
regular bicycle,
Yeah.
I'm not going that fast. Which brings us to the third thing.
What's that?
The speed limit for your e-bike, 20 miles per hour.
How fast do e-bikes go?
Thank you. What are you people doing?
Souping them up.
Two
Put
five-
some headers on that, babies.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. I know we got you e-bikers out there because every time we make fun of you, you call us up and get mad. How fast does that e-bike go?
All right, so the bicycles we have out here that you rent,
The city ones.
those are just e-bikes, right? You don't
Yeah.
pedal them,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Straight E.
Well, are there pedals on them? I think they have both. I don't know.
All right.
So it says, I don't know what the class 1 and 2 e-bikes typically reach speeds of 20 miles per hour, and class 3 bikes are able to go up to 28.
Man, that's shagging ass, man.
It is.
28?
Shagging ass.
You might be doing 28 on a...
Well, that seems like a souped up one.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying.
doubt those are class 3.
Why not just get a motorcycle?
Yeah, you're so close, man. Get a dirt bike.
And by the way, you bring up the e-bike things. I was under the impression that most e-bikes had the pedals and the battery.
That's what I thought, too.
Okay. So,
Yeah, they have
Like, that's
pedal
what they
assist.
sell on, like, when you see it Burt's.
yeah. Because I know you spend a lot of time going and checking out what they got at Burt's.
No, but they run those ads all the time for the old folk.
Where you going, honey? I just going to check out the e-bike selection at Burt's. Be
Yeah, so
back.
I hear the new models are in.
And finally,
Yeah.
you are not allowed to operate your e-bike on any road where the speed limit is over 30 miles an hour. Did you know that?
So you can't be on a regular highway.
Well, no, obviously not the highway. But like I
No,
thought,
but you couldn't be on Monroe Avenue. That's 40.
yeah,
that would
yes.
eliminate a lot of roads.
That's against the law.
So that's all. So then you can only use them on back roads.
Essentially,
or
yes. Neighborhood.
downtown a lot. You could probably use it on pretty much any road over here.
All right, so all of these laws, right?
Yeah.
I guess they make sense, in the grand scheme of things. Has anyone ever gotten a ticket for breaking any of these rules on an e-bike? Because you see people
I
going.
bet you they have.
But Tommy, people go against traffic all the time. I don't know how you'd run radar to make sure someone's going under 20 miles an hour.
No, but if a cop saw you jackassing around on one, he could. Deputy Dog could crack your ass, man.
What's jackassing?
You know jackassing when you see
No,
it.
but see, here's the thing.
Wheelies, skid marks, running slicks and wheelie bars.
None of those things said that it doesn't say you can't do a wheelie. It doesn't say you can't do skid marks.
No wheelies, no skid marks,
I mean,
no
I
wheelie
see,
bars.
Kimmy, we just went through 5 minutes of the actual laws. He didn't hear a word.
I
He
heard
just-
all your
he
words.
thought about was jackassing the
because
whole time.
I see all the time, whether it's e-bikes or just regular bicycles, people riding them on the sidewalk. And, I've never seen anybody get in trouble for that.
Which also looks safer to me, though. That
It is
you're on
safer, but you're supposed to clear the way for people who are walking.
Right. True.
Yeah, it's safer for the guy on the bike,
Yeah.
not for the person walking on the sidewalk.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And look, I'm with you. If I got a clear sidewalk, I'm riding my bike on the sidewalk. I don't want to get hit by a car.
That's what I'm thinking.
But, I mean, you are doing potentially 20 miles an hour where people are just moseying on down the road.
Yeah.
All right, so 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this knowledge of these laws that exist to protect people on the road and e-bikers that it seems everyone are breaking all the time, is the e-bike for fun or is it for function?
Well, I mean, like to get to work?
Yeah, like to get from
an
point
actual
A to
piece
point
of
B.
Let me give you an example.
Oh, I guess in a city it could be.
Well, I mean, but even if you live in the suburbs, I mean, if you're doing 20 miles an hour on an e-bike, you could make it to work easy, right?
Well, we got a kid that does it here all summer.
Yeah, and we make fun of that guy.
You make fun of him. I try to support him
Sure.
with his little e-bike. I'm an e-biker.
Yeah,
I gotta bring my bike upstairs and plug it in.
He does plug his bike in the hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not really doing it for exercise.
No,
so much.
because you ain't pedaling.
Well, sometimes you can pedal.
Yeah, but
You
that ain't
can, but-
exercising, man. It's called gliding.
Okay, but is
Look
that
at
the
me.
face you're making while you're gliding?
I'm an e-biker.
Would you save money? Because I know these e-bikes get expensive, but you
Aren't
are
that like $3,000?
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's electricity. You're not paying for gas. You're saving the wear and tear on your car.
But
You're not paying for parking.
you can only use it at certain times, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would be
It's weather.
Yeah, it would be a May to September situation.
And if it doesn't rain, you're
You're
not going to
right.
go to work soaking wet in a suit.
I am not suggesting that you only have an e-bike and get around everywhere with that. What I am asking is the people that have e-bikes, do you use this to travel, 10, 15 miles to work when the days allow you to?
Oh.
Because, if you have a golf cart, that's another, fun thing. You're not taking a golf cart to work.
No, of course not.
That
Doesn't
is
have the range.
Purely fun. Same with
Yeah.
like a dirt bike. You're not going to ride your dirt bike. This ain't the
Yeah.
Karate Kid, right? Going into work or school or whatever. But the e-bike you could actually use for
You
function.
could.
Would you? I mean, how many miles do you live from the studio?
8.5.
8.5 miles. All right. So if you're doing 20 miles an hour, you can make it to work in 30 minutes.
Right. In the middle of the night, I'd be dead.
Why would you be dead?
I
You're
go run over.
You're going 20
Oh,
miles.
by the way, I'm not e-biking around here with all these drifters and weirdos jumping me in the middle of the night.
First of all, the drifters had a couple of hits. Watch your mouth. Second of all, bro, you're doing 20. What are they going to do? Run at you?
Knock
kick
me
you off
over.
the
Next
bike?
thing you know,
Shut
I'm getting BF'd in the park, and they're taking my man bag. And there goes my banana for the day.
No, that banana's, I think, sticking with you.
Well, it's not where I want it. I'm not getting nutrition out
Bro,
of it.
if you're doing 20 miles an hour, nobody's going to try and kick you off your
By the way,
bicycle.
with the potholes
The
and
potholes.
you can't see. No, I ain't taking no e-bike.
I ain't taking no e-bike. By the way, we keep you from getting those speeding tickets that you were getting on the Freddie Sue Bridge. And by the way, it would be longer because you would be taking nothing but you couldn't take the highway with the e-bike.
No, I also don't want to go for bridges on an e-bike in the middle of the night.
Over bridges, you said?
Yeah,
Why?
I don't know.
Stay on the road.
Creepy.
Go creepy
Fall-
bridge.
End up in a river.
252 WCMF. We're talking e-bikes. The state of New York reminded people yesterday of the laws revolving around them. You can't ride it on the sidewalk. You should only drive with traffic. You can only go 20 miles an hour, and you're technically not allowed to operate them on a road where the speed limit's over 30 miles an hour. Let's talk to Sarah. Hey, Sarah. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you?
Good. Are you on your e-bike right now?
I'm not. I'm driving.
Okay, what do you got for us?
This does overlap that. So the reason that bikes are supposed to follow with traffic is that they should be following all of the road signs.
Oh, you got to read the road signs. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess I don't have to
Yep.
walk and
So
look
if they're
at
not following traffic, they can't follow the road signs, and then they get hit by cars.
Okay, I guess
That
that.
makes perfect sense.
Please bear your helmet.
Okay, but what about this? What if we just doubled up the road signs so I don't get run over from behind?
I don't know that would work because then the traffic moves forward.
Sarah, I don't want a car coming up behind me while I'm on my bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just telling you that they are in that pattern so that they don't get hit by cars and so they can see the cars that are coming and not paying attention to them.
All right, well, Sarah, thanks for
That's
personal
too much
info.
logic for us,
No,
Sarah.
I'm just saying, Sarah. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. What road sign do you really need to see? Stop sign? Or
Well,
you
you don't need the signs. You know it's coming.
Well, no, you
You
need
can
to-
figure it out.
you do need to see a stop sign.
But you know that. You know you're coming up on an intersection. You're not going to blow through
Well,
it.
no, there are some intersections that you don't have to. Well, he stopped himself from old man waving.
Bro, you driving foreign country?
No,
you
I've
don't,
never-
you don't
no.
even understand them, the signs.
I've driven in Canada, but,
but
it's not that foreign.
but you understand.
It says it's all in English, stupid.
No, if you're in Montreal, it's all in French.
Not all of it. No, it's in English and French. That's the law.
No.
Yeah.
No, in Montreal, they don't have to do no English.
I have never been.
All they got to do is the French.
I have driven in Montreal. I've never seen a street sign that wasn't in English and French. And I know what arrête means.
Yeah, it's stop.
I know what that is.
Yeah, so you don't need nothing.
No, but I also know that arrête or arrêté or whatever means stop in French. Arrêté. Arrêtata. Cha-cha-cha.
What are you, Jimmy Durante Boulevard?
We got the Drifters at Jimmy Durante.
You brought them up.
You said Drifters, and I just said cha-cha-cha. Let's talk to Alex. Hey, Alex, how are you, buddy?
How you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
I ride e-bike all the time. I was hoping you guys weren't going to say e-bikes, but yeah, I don't follow any of these rules. So,
were you aware of the rules?
Not really. I mean, some people give you dirty looks, but most people are pretty cool about it.
All right, how old are you, bud?
22.
22. What did you spend on your e-bike?
$650. It went for like
$650.
It went for like $1,500 though. I got it on Facebook Marketplace.
Nice. Yeah, stolen e-bike. All right.
So wait, so what are you doing that's breaking the rules? Do you know?
Well, definitely going too fast, not on the right side, riding on the sidewalks. I live in Fairport, so I ride on the trails too. People don't like that. But
you're an e-biking Fairport dick.
I knew I'd hear that from you, Tommy.
Hey, do you use it to go to work and stuff, or is it just for fun?
It's just for fun. I just buzz around on it. I take it to the gym and stuff sometimes.
Like all his baseball caps have positive messages on them.
It's got the little stick figure with the dog. Wait a minute.
The good life.
You take your e-bike to the gym.
Yeah.
If you just got a regular bike, maybe you don't have to go to the gym.
Yeah, you can skip that part.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like a warm-up, you know?
You're not warming up, you're gliding.
Well, there's different modes, so it differs like how much you pedal on it.
So you got that going for you.
All right.
Stretch your legs a little.
Alex, thank you for all of this valuable information, buddy. We really appreciate it.
Different modes. Set it for wuss.
There goes Alex.
You know he's probably known around Fairport like that dick on the
Of course
e-bike.
he is, man. He's
on the trails?
He's the town e-bike boy.
Bro, it's Fairport. Everybody's got an e-bike. Shut up. Let's take a break. A very valuable lesson, it seems, learned by two people. And it sounds like maybe they got their stuff back. But if you go on a trip, you need to bring certain things.
Okay.
You need to leave certain things behind. And why this much stuff would have been in a hotel room in this town just down the road is mind-blowing.
Really?
We'll get into the story next here in the break room on CMF. When you travel, you got to have safety in mind.
Oh, yeah.
You got to know your surroundings. Tommy, you can't get drunk and confused in a strange place.
Well, speak for yourself, but yes.
And you need to follow a rule a couple that was hanging out in our area may have broken.
So what happened?
Well, look, most of the time, you're not spending a lot of time in the hotel
No,
room.
you're in and out. You're in and out.
You got it. Folks know that. And it leaves the stuff you leave behind easy for other people to get away with.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, this is either a red flag or the smartest thing you can do.
Oh.
Because just because you don't need money doesn't mean you shouldn't get more money. But it's how these people are getting money that's a bit of a head scratcher.
Oh.
And it's shown up in my life, and I know that there are other people listening who are seeing this from their friends and family too. We'll tell you what we're talking about just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes from Tommy's mom's hometown, Skanksylvania. No, Auburn, New York. I want to strike here. A man has been arrested after police say he stole from a couple's room at the Holiday Inn in Auburn.
Oh, that's right downtown.
You got it, buddy.
Yeah.
All the hot players hanging out at the Holiday Inn.
Right next to the prison.
So the theft occurred around 12:30 last Friday morning, and this man, the thief, was actually caught after he returned to the Holiday Inn on Sunday.
Oh.
So maybe, if the allegations are true, he was going back for seconds.
Yeah.
He was charged with burglary, grand larceny. But, Tommy, it's the last part of this story that makes it so amazing. Because authorities say this man stole $6,000 worth of stuff from this couple's hotel room.
Wait a minute, man. What you doing with 6 G's worth of stuff in Auburn?
Thank you. Now, look.
Where are you going?
They're staying in a Holiday Inn, so they could have been on vacation. They could have been traveling. Who knows?
Who's
Right.
vacationing right now in Auburn?
I mean, maybe they were hanging out in
Going,
Skaneateles.
like going to the Finger Lakes. That would make sense.
Yeah.
I think maybe
Yeah.
you're seeing family.
Okay, could be that. I mean, look, they could also be, like to Kimmy's point, bouncing around upstate
All
New
right,
York. I mean,
all right.
older couple. What totals $6,000 that you
Jewelry.
would? Is that it?
Well, I'm thinking like
Jewelry.
what would be where you could get there quick would be jewelry.
But you're not wearing your jewelry out of
But
the
you're also blinging around Auburn.
Could be like iPads or computers. Or
That's a
something,
lot,
or,
though.
Yeah, let's walk through
Or
that.
let's say like even something as simple as like a camera. Like if you're into photography, like that would add up pretty quick.
All right. Well, okay. What's a camera cost though? Because let's say
Like
you would,
if you're into the hobby, it could run you a couple $1,000.
all right. Let's say the laptop's $2,000. Yeah. The camera's $2,000. We still got $2,000 to go.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It would have to be like high-end watches or something.
But you're wearing a high-end watch on vacation?
Why are you taking a high-end? What are you photographing in Auburn? By the way, you would have that camera with you if you're out and about taking pictures.
Unless they just went out to go grab something to eat or something. I don't
Right.
know. I mean, okay. Well, I love how you go, what would you photograph in the Finger Lakes?
No, but what, get some action shots around the prison.
Well, no, it's the Finger. You're
I
literally
know.
down the road from Skaneateles.
You are. But you're not in Skaneateles.
Okay, but you're like 20 minutes away
Yeah.
from it. I don't know, man. I just found it.
Hey, that's an odd amount in a small country town.
Yes, I'd say in any hotel period because you and I traveled for a living.
Well, I could see if you were in New York or something like that, or Chicago, where rich people congregate.
Okay, but it's
Who
still.
congregate in Auburn at the Holiday Inn?
But let's say you.
We used to do busted ass comedy at that place.
Yeah, they shut it down twice thanks to Tommy's closer. No, what I'm saying
What?
is, even if you go to New York City
Yeah.
and you have expensive jewelry, you're not leaving that in the room.
No,
Right?
probably not. No, or you'd have it in one of those fancy safes they give you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you to whoever just called because they gave us a little bit of information that's quite interesting.
What do we got?
Going on in Auburn this past weekend was the Erotic Arts Festival.
Erotic.
Yes, and it
Dirty
happened
pictures?
in Auburn. I don't know what that entails, but if they had
dirty
some sort
pictures.
of equipment,
Well, no.
It's erotic art.
No, I think that
Erotic
you're-
Arts Festival.
I think
Yeah.
you're missing. No, like I get you're thinking art like pictures. I think erotic art also like counts as like how do I put this? Things like you know how they have like women doing shows and things like that.
Oh, like sex shows.
Well, no, not like that. Not that far. Too far now.
I-
Now
I-
too
okay.
far.
No, like when they
So
used to
I've-
do those sex balls here, there wasn't actual sex going on, but it was like sex related stuff.
Okay, so performances ranging from classy aerial dance to burlesque, unique shopping for clothing, jewelry, and sex toys.
There you go. That's
Classes
what
in
got
art,
ripped.
dance, and sex ed for adventurous adults.
Okay.
But yeah, it seems like maybe that was a big.
There was a big
draw.
strap-on
And
clinic.
Was this happen? Was it the Holiday Inn you said?
Holiday
Yeah.
in Auburn.
Yep,
yeah.
that's where it happened.
That is on par, bro.
Wait.
Man,
what?
that is one creepy ass festival.
It has
bro.
nothing to do with Auburn. These things happen in Rochester.
I know.
Actually,
but
this
it's
is
full
called the
of creeps.
Rochester Erotic Arts Festival, but it's in Auburn.
So somebody grabbed a box of dildos.
Wait, did this
and squirty porn?
See what you did? You laughed at him doing that yesterday, and now he's going to
it's
keep
gonna be a
doing it
thing.
because he's like a 3-year-old. Oh, I want attention. Oh, you say squirty.
So it's a
porn.
bunch of dirty stuff, and the markup on all that stuff's got to be astronomical.
That was the most
The
old man
markup?
thing I've ever heard. You know a markup on glass dildos these days?
You know they market it up. You put Doc Johnson on it, and they charge you an extra $10.
Okay.
He's not an actual doctor.
Okay. It doesn't say Did this man steal $6,000 worth of sex toys?
Yes.
It could be.
By the way, you know what you could get for they have those real life sex dolls. Bro, those
I've seen
go.
yes, I've seen them. Yes,
those
they
go
had
for
one.
like $3,000.
You think? Okay, so I just want to walk through
And they
this.
look like an actual person,
wanna-
not the blow up surprise looking ones.
I wanted you to walk through this with me, okay?
Yeah.
And I apologize to everyone watching our live stream right now. Again,
Yeah.
this story coming from the Auburn Holiday Inn over the weekend. A man is accused of stealing $6,000 worth of stuff from a couple's hotel room in the Auburn Holiday Inn last Friday around 12:30. We have found out that it was housing the Rochester Erotic Arts Festival. Okay. You think that this couple, who was at the Erotic Arts Festival, had a silicone lifelike sex doll?
Why not? Why would that be out of the question? I mean, if they're trying to sell this stuff, if they're in the business,
Of all of the things
why
they
wouldn't
could
they
have
be
had.
there trying to sell that
Okay,
stuff?
second. How would this person have stolen it and gotten out of the hotel?
Literally just walk out the door with it.
Bro,
you would
it's
think
a
it's his.
life-size human.
Yeah,
Bro, but
if
you would
there's
think it's
other
his.
stuff around. Yeah, like
People are walking around with this
Yeah.
stuff. You just think, oh, he's putting it in his car.
it could also be. Is there super rare and expensive erotic art that could have been at this thing?
Like actual art.
It says. I mean, yeah, that's some of the.
Oh, you're talking like a Van Blow? That
Sure.
was funnier than you are giving me credit for. You know it. Don't be sour. Don't be sour. That was the name of the painting. Don't be sour.
No, but I wonder if there's like antique, like
There could be. I mean,
dildos.
they.
What?
Oh, I wasn't gonna say it, dildos.
I love how you're. No. What are you?
Antique, and then you took it too far.
What are you gonna do with an antique dildo?
no, but let's say there's
other
like
than get splitters.
yeah, but maybe like they had some like from back in the day.
I don't want like a Civil
Almost
War
like a
era sex
museum.
toy.
Yeah, like it was like it's like a hand crank one. Like that. And it
No,
goes
no,
around,
I'm not giving you
goes
the
like that.
attention. Stop it.
and then it goes like
Stop
that.
it right now. That's actually
And sometimes it does this.
It's an electric toothbrush that your mother used the wrong way. I don't even now. I am thrown for a loop.
Yeah.
Well, now it could be anything, obviously.
Well, no, you've got full size silicone sex dolls and vintage dildos.
But if you pull up the price of those things, I think they go for like $3,000 to $5,000.
The silicone.
Like the really nice ones.
Yes, I know. They had one at Show World on display.
Yeah.
Under a glass case for a while.
Yeah.
They were pretty remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
It does take a certain type of person to get that doll, because like you would have to have no one at your house ever.
Yeah, true.
How would you explain that? This is my life-size, lifelike sex doll.
Yeah.
You'd probably name it too.
Well, of course you got to name it.
Well, you don't have to name it. It's just a.
Well, whose name? You got to shout out something while you're banging it.
What do you? No, you don't.
We can be quiet with it.
It's a.
You got to talk to it.
No, you don't. Now I'm bothered.
Like if I had a sex doll, I would like talk to it. Like if you want a lifelike human being, but you're not going to talk to it. That's where you draw the line. I'm banging in this fancy pillow, but I don't want to have a conversation with you.
You would not want to have a conversation with the majority of the women you married, and now you're talking to a silicone lifelike sex doll.
But you're going to have sexy, dirty talk with
the doll that doesn't talk back.
Yes, that's the greatest woman ever.
Oh my God! Try the veal, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. He'll be in Punxsutawney next week.
You're not going to give that doll like a backstory while you're pumping it?
I don't think so. I guess I never thought about it.
Like you would. Like you give backstories to strangers that you don't even know.
but
That's like
those are
your hobby.
people.
But now you're like going full Anaheim on a pillow and you're not going to have a conversation
I
with
know
them?
the backstory. It was made in a mold in Thailand. Like, what more of a backstory do you need?
That's an interesting story. I'd like to know like her parents and, how she got to this country.
Kimmy. Okay.
I'm looking at a list of the vendors, but it's doesn't tell you anything about what they sell.
Can you Google if there's a market for vintage sex toys? Because they would be used.
Yeah, true.
Well,
You might just collect them like art.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
hang
it
them
could
on
be
a
like
wall.
I always kind of thought it was more of like a historical museum kind of thing.
'Cause
Like,
there-
yeah.
There is a sex museum in New York City,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. I've
Right.
never actually made it inside. But okay, I get like that one place would have them. Like, bro, if you walked into somebody's home, no matter how offbeat that person was, and they had on display a collection of vintage sex toys as art, you would think a certain way about that person.
Yeah, but I'd also find it interesting what people used to stimulate themselves back in the turn of the century.
You would want to sit and have a conversation at someone else's home about the vintage sex toys they have on display.
Why not? I'm already here. Like, those ancient balls and stuff like that?
Oh, you're talking about your genitals? Oh, what do you mean?
Your mom had a conversation with them last night. Well, I guess.
Okay. I don't know.
What balls are you talking about?
Those, those ancient Oriental Asian
Bro,
balls.
those aren't sex toys. You just move around in your
No,
hand.
you drop them down
No,
in there,
you
bro.
don't, you idiot.
Those Benny Wah balls, whatever
No.
you call them. Yes,
Bro,
bro,
no.
you drop them down.
No, you put them in
pooch.
your hand and move around. They're like a fidget spinner for like old Chinese people.
Bro, they drop them down their
they
cooch.
don't put them in their
And
genitals.
sometimes those strippers could like pop them out, like ping pong balls. Yeah. Oh, and then you'd also have like your beads and stuff like that.
I don't know what they used back in the day.
Your butt beads.
I feel like Kimmy has information that she's trying to say, and you won't
I
let her.
don't even remember why I
Those
looked
butt
this
beads,
up.
and they have like that ripcord thing.
You asked if there's
like you're stunned up your lawn like a Toro Moore.
I had asked if there was a market for vintage sex toys.
Yeah.
Do we have a market?
there's so there's this whole website about antique sex toys, but it all looks like it's in a museum, like it's mounted behind glass.
Mary
know what I
Lincoln's
mean?
dildo. Drove her crazy. Hey, she chipped a tooth.
Shut up.
She didn't read the instructions.
Shut up. Not a lot of people could read back then.
Drove her crazy. Though.
We have completely derailed. I had a whole discussion I wanted to have about like
Yeah.
the
About
most
sex toys, you know how this
No,
is
not
gonna
this.
go.
No, I didn't know. We didn't know it was the Exotic Arts Festival.
True.
We came in thinking these people had like jewelry
Yeah.
and stuff they were leaving at the Auburn Holiday Inn, and now all of a sudden you got married Todd Lincoln knobbing a wooden dildo as her husband's giving the Gettysburg Address. What do you got, Kimmy? I'm sorry.
Well, there was one booth. It seems like it was like all leather.
Oh.
Like that could add up fast.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, good
Stuff
call.
like that.
Yeah. But then again, like, you're not selling that to bikers. Like, how many guys want to wear like a leather
I
gimp
mean, it's there
mask?
for a reason.
Yeah, but you have like, those latex outfits
Yeah.
too.
Oh, no, that's a different booth.
yeah.
Latex.
But latex is not cheap.
I feel like we're finding out about like the fantasies you don't say anything. Like you went from silicone sex dolls to balls and genitals to latex. Like you're
Yeah.
jumping all over the place.
Yeah, leather whips, harnesses, restraints. How about those sex swings? Those things are expensive.
Yeah.
I also, if you have one of those, you would also have to be someone who doesn't have anyone over to your house, unless they're.
Well, you need at least one person over the house to put it into the swing.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have to kind of like
Can't
there's
swing
some
yourself.
there's some installation that has to happen, right? Like you
Yeah.
can't just like take that out. and
Well,
put
no,
it
you
back
need
in.
an Allen wrench. You got to get it down there and tighten that some bitch up.
It's got to unhook, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Right, like you just so you can put it in the closet so nobody like accidentally sees like your sex swing in your bedroom.
Yeah. What was that one where it was a seat? It hung from the ceiling and it bounced straight up and down.
Do not know.
Yeah, they sell those.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Let's take a break so everyone can go clean themselves up.
All right.
The filthy we all feel right now. I mean, look, there's no such thing as too much money.
Oh no, give me it all.
Well, that's just it. You have this line. And I think most people have the same line
What's
where,
that?
like, you will do a certain amount of work for a certain amount of money.
Right, yeah.
Right? This story is an illustration that there are some people, no matter how little the amount of money is, they want that money. And it's been showing up more and more over the last couple of weeks, once on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook Marketplace. Maybe these people are so desperate for cash, they have no choice but to do this.
All right.
It's also possible, Tommy, that every $5 bill they collect, no matter how much money they're making, is $5 they didn't have
Okay.
before. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Make money, money, make money, money.
Hell yeah, buddy.
No one gets upset with too much money.
No.
But bringing in money takes work, Tommy. And the debate here, the work versus the money that's coming in. Because what we're going to discuss here is not uncommon.
Yeah.
But when you see people in your life do this, it does raise a few questions about what could be going on inside these people's homes and bank accounts.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. They stole our idea. They legit stole our idea because we were the only people that had this idea, and all of a sudden it could become state law like soon.
Wow.
There has been a debate raging for 25, 30 years about wine in grocery stores.
Yes.
And they believe they've come to a compromise.
What's the compromise?
The compromise is something we figured out.
Oh, we did it?
And we'll get to it after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So I got a buddy of mine.
Okay.
He's married. Both he and his wife have very good jobs. They go on regular vacations.
Okay.
They have a cottage.
Oh, well, then they're rich.
Okay, like it's
You
what
got extra house.
it's what you imagine the American dream was going to be when you were a kid.
Yeah.
All right, so the other day, I'm going through my Instagram stories, and I follow his wife. His wife put up a picture of like 10 pair of her daughter's sneakers.
Yeah.
And then on the next slide, there's like 2 winter coats. And then on the next slide, it's toys they don't play with anymore.
What is she doing?
She's selling them.
Oh.
She wanted $30 for like 10 pair of sneakers. Then she wanted $20 for the 2 winter coats. Then she wanted $10 for the toys that were there.
Yeah.
And she says there on the last slide, it's black. It says, price is firm. Please write me a message if you're interested. So here's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to this buddy of mine in a while.
Yeah.
And I guess it's possible that financially things are not going well for he and his wife. And what this is desperation for cash. Like they are stretched financially. They need the $60.
That's your take.
I mean, no, I don't know. It could be that.
All right.
It's also possible that financially for these folks, things are just fine. And despite their charmed lifestyle, they still want this money for the stuff they don't use anymore.
Yeah.
And I can't figure out which one would be more bothersome.
I think it's they got banked, but they're just chintzy and they're frugal.
Okay, so you
They see an opportunity and say, why not?
Well, they never, they don't waste anything.
Well,
Like-
you see that as chintz?
Oh yeah. Like my dad had friends that were rich, like he was.
Yeah.
But like they were frugal, like how they spent their money, like their wives still clip coupons.
Okay.
And all that stuff.
They're willing to put in that extra effort
Oh, yeah.
for that extra $5-10.
He had one buddy. They were like super ass rich.
Okay.
And I remember like her getting the newspaper out on a Sunday morning, clipping out all the coupons and going to the grocery store and shopping like that. Like that's just how they lived. They didn't have anything fancy, but they had mad bank. They were just those people. Like that's how they got rich, and they never changed their way. Like they never enjoyed their money.
Okay, but like,
You know what I mean?
All right, I get what you're saying. I don't know why that would make. I mean, I get the chintz of the coupon clipping.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand how collecting more money for selling stuff makes you chintz. That
Like
just
you're not
makes-
going to throw it away. Like you see the value. Like why would I throw that away when I could put another $20 in my pocket?
Okay, all right.
Like to me, like if I'm rich, I don't care about money anymore. I'm just going to go party. 'Cause I'm stupid.
But you're not rich now, and you wouldn't do what these people are doing.
No, man.
Okay, so you're just stupid.
Stank ass sneakers and grimy toys.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it a dick move to sell off stuff even if you don't need the money? Because like yesterday we talked about having garage sales and how it might be financially worth it now, right? That's one thing.
But if there's like value to it, like if you had something that was worth like $1,000 or $500, I could see you not tossing it. That makes sense. But like old toys and like your kids' clothes that they've ruined.
But the toys have $10 worth of value. The clothes have
But that to me
$20
ain't
worth of
nothing.
value.
That's like I'm not doing it.
I mean, I get not wanting to just toss it. Like you want somebody else to have it or use it, so it's not just going in a landfill.
Well, you could donate it.
But
then.
yeah, like you could just bring it to any Goodwill
church.
or find somebody who needs it and bring it there. I guess I wouldn't go to all the effort to package it up and send it.
I'm with you there. And I guess the big difference here between like a garage sale or donation versus what they're doing here on Instagram is like if I have a garage sale, it's just people I don't know coming by looking at my stuff.
Yes.
In this case, your name and face is on it.
Right.
You'd only be selling this stuff to your friends and family that were interested. I would have a really hard time taking money from my friends or family for like stuff like this.
Yeah, 'cause you're
use
going to
that?
know most likely the person, unless you're doing it on like Facebook Marketplace, which I guess then you could have a stranger buying it from you.
Okay, let's put a pin in that and loop back, right? Because like here's the thing. To your point, I get, Tommy, having something worth over like $100.
Yeah, you get value
That a stranger would buy from you. But any amount under that doesn't seem worth the hassle.
It looks embarrassing.
So you'd be embarrassed for these people.
Especially if I know they're well-to-do and they're doing this. You either look like, man, I'm thinking like, man, you are the cheapest bastards I've ever seen.
All right, Kimmy, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. With this couple that I know, they have good jobs. I haven't talked to them in a while. They go on nice vacations. They have a cottage.
Yeah.
This guy's wife was on her Instagram stories selling her kids' sneakers for like old sneakers for like $30, 2 winter coats for $20, $10 for their toys. Is this the smart thing to do?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be the smart thing to do. Like, I know.
No, okay, we're not arguing chits, we're arguing smart.
I wouldn't do it. Again, I'm too lazy. But it is, I guess, the smart thing to do because I know parents that their kid, like, they got so much stuff when their kids are growing up that sometimes their kid never used it, never wore it, grew out of it before they even got to those shoes. So you'd really have like a brand new thing with tags on it, and you feel like somebody else could use this. You would almost feel weird bringing it in brand new somewhere and just giving it away when maybe at some point you did spend some money on it.
Okay, but all right.
I can say my wife and I having a fight over this stuff. Like, she would want to sell it, and I just would just get rid of it. Just get it out of here. Because my wife saves receipts and boxes and all that stuff, and I'm constantly like I was just doing it yesterday. I was moving these boxes around. I go, you don't even use this. It's an empty box of something you don't use. Why do we have this box? And it's got a receipt on it.
Here's the thing, though. I guess I really can't say anything. Like, if there is somebody willing to buy that pair of kids' shoes or 10 pairs of kids' shoes for $30, what am I going to say? You sold it. It's another thing if you just put it up there and nobody wants it, there's no buyers for it, then I guess you're wasting your time. But if you make a few bucks selling it and you want to go and put the effort in, what am I going to say?
All right, so your argument then is just because you don't need the money doesn't mean you shouldn't get the money.
Right.
I mean, that goes back to the coupon thing, too. Just because you don't need to save the quarter doesn't mean you shouldn't
But it's
save
all that. But
the
it's like
quarter.
Sometimes it's kind of like a hobby. It's a feeling of satisfaction when you do it.
But life is short, and if you're rich, why are you wasting your time?
Well, we're not saying these people are
this
rich.
is why you get.
No, I mean, they have money.
But this is why you get rich.
Well, I'm
so
saying
you don't
people in
have to
general
do this
that do
crap. Right? What's the point of getting money and getting wealthy? You just keep doing what I'm doing over here just to survive. It doesn't make any sense
Just
to me.
to survive in his camel hair shacking. Shut up, you bitch.
Struggling, bro.
Surviving over here. Look at me. I got to go back to my wife's house in Pittsburgh and try and
Complain about the boxes?
survive with the boxes of the
Why is my mouth full?
All the receipts flew in there.
Oh, is that what it was?
I mean, look, again, no, to your point, Kimmy, right? Like, if you are coming up short every week or worried about groceries, you're not Kimmy.
Well, no, I mean, you're describing one extreme or the other. There are people that don't really need the money, but just want to do it because they feel like they're getting something out of it.
Have either of you ever bought something from a friend or family member?
I don't think so.
Kimmy, have you? And I'm not talking like
what that would be.
Like a car is one thing. Like, you're not just going to give a car to somebody, but like something less than like $200.
Oh, I like that. I'll buy it off you type of thing.
Or like, hey.
Or they had an extra one or,
Or they offered.
Nah, it would never cross my mind.
Don't you kind of expect that friend or family member, if they have something they don't need that you would want, to just give it to you?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Or, and if not, that's not the case, like take a gift in exchange or like a bottle of booze.
Yeah.
Because like if I'm going to negotiate with someone I know, like you would be doing in this situation.
Like cold cash, yeah.
In Instagram. The negotiation would have to be so awkward.
Yeah.
And like even handing the money to them, I think would make me mad in the end. Like you're not just going to give
It's
this.
got a hoary element to it. It kind of does.
No, it's you're buying
Here's
a good.
$100.
It would change the relationship I had with that friend or family.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Let's say if Ryan had something, my brother, that was like worth $40 that he wasn't using that I liked. If he was like, yeah, $40, I'd be like, no, give me.
Yes.
Just give it to me.
Yeah.
I would give it to you.
It cheapens the whole thing.
Kimmy, how much would you have to make to post something for sale online on like Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist?
It would have to be. How much would I have?
Keep in mind, cash money, under the T,
Maybe
bottom
like
line.
$200
Oh, under the T.
All right, $200.
Yeah.
That's your minimum.
Yeah.
So if your husband had a $50 beer sign that he wanted to put on Facebook Marketplace, you'd laugh at him for wanting to do that.
It just seems like it's not worth your time.
And I think going to talk you down anyway. You're probably not going to get that 50, right?
Well, that's why
Yeah,
you put it up
and
for
that's the thing
65.
too.
All right.
Like you're also putting yourself at risk of being ripped off by somebody.
Okay.
If you're selling to a stranger or, yeah, I don't know. There's too many variables here that make me a little bit skeptical of the whole thing.
Is 200 too little for you, Tommy?
Hey, man, 200 to just sit there. I could care less.
What is it? What's it got to be?
500.
500. You don't have anything worth $500.
I got 500 somewhere.
What? Yeah, 7 tracksuits.
Yes.
I know that you've worn them.
Slightly worn.
They've plummeted in value. You wouldn't get off your ass for $200?
No. You know me, man.
You're such a spoiled bitch.
I
man.
know, and I was
You are-
also broke. Like you saw my house in Webster, right?
Yeah.
I was, I just let stuff sit there. I had no motivation for it.
I mean, it is.
I was gonna say it is easier than ever to just pop a picture on social media and sell it.
Yeah, but the other side of that, Kimmy, I love the sports collectibles thing. So, like, I'll go on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace every once in a while to look for weird stuff.
Yeah.
And, like, you'll see people selling, like, a pennant from an Amerks game, like, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
For, like, $5 or $10. It would have to cost you more in gas both ways than the $5
Right.
you'd be
Yeah.
getting.
Well, or if you're sending it through the mail.
Most of the time, these people meet up. But even if you're going to send it through the mail, I got to go down to the post office. I got to pay for postage, right? Like, it's a pennant.
Right.
How is that worth your? What's the point of that?
That's a lot of time to tie up on $10.
Now, let me ask you this, Kimmy. Let's say you're going to sell that $200 item on Facebook Marketplace. Are you going to their place, or are they coming to your place?
She can't go to their place.
Or are you doing that
do
middle
one of those
meetup?
meetup spots, probably.
No woman should go to anybody's house.
Okay.
Perv.
Why do you let her make the decision
I mean,
first?
here's the thing. If they come to you, they're going to want a discount.
Oh. Well, she's already doing business with this thing that isn't.
No, it's usually how it goes. Like, if you buy it, I think that there is this expectation that you're also going to deliver it.
Okay. For $5?
Oh, well, maybe not something like that. I thought you were talking about like a bigger ticket item. Like,
Okay.
let's say it was a piece of furniture or something.
I'm not going to deliver furniture. People deliver furniture they sell?
Well,
Wait,
they
what am I,
can come pick it
Mayflower?
up, but again, they're not going to want to pay full price if they have to come get it.
Okay.
Oh.
But that's how the store works. Either you're paying the store to come drop it off, or you're
Yeah,
going there
true.
with a truck. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Stacy writes, "This is smart. Money is money. Why would you feel guilty for selling something at a discount that you paid full price for? Your friends and family didn't buy it, but they're buying it now." Feels icky.
Yeah. See, she's one of those people, man.
What do you mean, those people?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
They tight
Yeah.
and they're cheap. They're that type of person, like, they don't spend, but if you spend, they're the first ones to show up.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
No. See,
Like,
here's
yeah.
what you're doing.
Yeah.
Here's what you're doing.
You
Now-
know the type.
Now you're trying to lump people you don't like into folks that are just making money because they can make
Like,
money.
you go to their house, they got nothing. They come to your house. Oh, well, I'll take some of that. That looks good.
Okay.
That's how it works, man. She'll drink and eat all your food.
Lucy writes us on Instagram. She says, "I do this. I don't see a problem. Everyone needs a side hustle. Even if it's only $50 a month, it's still money." So there's now a bunch of wives defending this on Facebook and Instagram. Is this a wife thing more than it's a husband thing?
Oh, I think so.
Selling little items?
Yeah. That's right up their alley. It is. It's right up.
How so?
That's
Depends
because
on
they
what
like
it
to
is, I
shop. They like
think.
to market. They like all that stuff.
Oh, my God.
They like to chintz.
Oh, my God.
They like to screw people over. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. When did Mike Muley walk in
Bro.
and sit down at that microphone?
Women will give you the shaft fast on a deal because they know what they're doing.
What are you
They know the
talking
value
about?
of everything.
Like, I'm just saying, growing up in my house, it was my dad that wanted to get the most for. Like, my mom would have absolutely just curbed some of this stuff or said, "Come pick up for free." My dad would see what he could get for any of it, any
But he
kind
was
of
tight.
junk.
But he was tight with the dollar.
Kimmy, were you around? Do you remember the kid consignment shops back in the day? Like
Yeah, I
the
think-
original ones?
Well, like, there are some that still exist.
Yeah, so they kind of loop
Yeah.
back around. Like there's that, what's the teenage clothing store? Plato's Closet.
Yeah.
Very popular.
So you drop your clothes off, and if they sell it, you
No.
get some of the money back.
They buy it up front from you.
That's a little
Oh.
bit, yeah. This
Or
one's a little bit
they'll like
different.
sift through it, see what's, quality, and
Right.
they'll
Yeah,
kind of give you back the rest.
But like I remember as a kid, like when we were done with our clothes that, by the way, we had already bought from those consignment
Yeah.
shops, my mother would take them to consignment shops and like try to sell them again. So like I guess that is the.
But your mother was busted, bro. No, I don't mean that rude.
Oh, what was rude about that?
But you all were, you all came up tough. It was poor in your house, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying like
all I was saying is, what? What are you gonna say?
No, I'm just saying like you were. I
No, I was saying,
that made sense for a woman of no means. I would have to do that with their children's clothing.
The point I was making was
Winter's coming.
it's not like this is a new idea.
No.
It's just technology using the new idea.
Yeah,
Winter's coming.
You're
Shut up.
You're cutting out the middleman kind of thing. You know what also kind of pisses me off too when I see people selling this stuff, whether it's their kids' stuff or their stuff. Like I get, like if it's something you spent money on, like it's a designer thing, it's a quality thing that you want to get your money back for it. What I don't get is when I know you only paid like $5 for that thing and you're trying to sell it for 10.
Oh, make money on the
Yeah. Like we all know where that came from.
We know.
Yes.
It was trend. 252 WCMF. Again, talking about his buddy of mine. He and his wife, they're well-to-do. They both have really good jobs. They go on nice vacations. You see it all over their social media. They have a cottage. His wife started putting up her daughter's like shoes that they don't use anymore, 2 winter coats. Toys are selling them for like $30, $20, $10. It's like compared to what they do, chump change. And I was wondering, I haven't talked to him in a while, did he like lose his job? Or is this like a situation where any money is good money?
Yeah.
And if that's appropriate, 252 WCMF. Hey, Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning.
Hey.
There's an Amex flag. It's a classic Amex flag, but I don't want to drive to go pick it up because I work hard on the radio, and don't want to drive in my car. No car driving, no matter how much it's worth. Little bitch.
All right.
Solid, Mike.
That was a terrible
was good.
bitch voice.
That was good.
No. Now I got to defend myself. Mike, I was just
There's
surprised.
no defense. Be a man.
There's no defense. Mike, I was just surprised someone would put in all that work for $5, Mike. That's all.
Look here. You got to master the possibilities here. There's always some holy grail item that you've wanted your whole life. Like, Tommy, I was going to send you last night Don the Snake Prudhomme
Ooh.
Hot Wheel drag race set.
That was the
brand
man.
new. Never even been freaking open.
Ooh.
$90.
Damn.
Complete.
You want to do that deal?
Come on, you and your grandson playing with that?
I get
You'd
to
be
meet
the
him.
king.
Wow, you got
You'd
to
be
meet
the
him?
coolest grandpa ever.
Nobody cares,
I get to
Tommy.
meet Don Prudhomme at a Holiday Inn parking lot in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
I'm going to play that audio back for you so you can hear how
Bro,
sad
I
it
met
sounded.
him.
What, you got the guy who invented the chicken?
Bro, that guy was a
that's
hero
cool as hell,
to a lot of
man.
men.
Don Purdue.
Don't let him put you down there.
I
No,
didn't
not
know the
Purdue.
chicken guy also
Not
raced
that-
cars.
He
I had no
did,
idea.
yeah, he did.
Could you only
Horse's
get these at
ass.
the grocery store
Oh
next to
my
where they were selling the
God.
chicken? Oh, my name's Mike, and I really like racing. And Tommy made fun of it, but I don't like it anymore because my butt hurts so bad because I'm butt hurt Mike like a bitch.
All right. Brush Tommy's flakes out of your beard and just be a man for a change, all right?
I'll
if
try.
you want something, you do the effort. You go get that crap.
Hey, maybe
Go
let me
get
know
that
if you
crap.
find the mongoose.
Yeah, man.
All right.
I'm taking care of you, Tommy. I
You're the man.
got your back, bro.
You're the man.
All right,
I'm
thanks.
still waiting for my autograph photograph, though.
All right. It's coming.
All right,
Lost
man.
it. You lost it. Bye, Mike. Couple of losers talking chicken.
Talking Hot Wheels, baby.
Yeah, you love Hot Wheels. You love guys that collect Hot Wheels. I know you. Mr. Hot Wheels, I call him. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
They stole our effing idea.
So we came up with this idea, and
We-
now they're going to implement it in Albany?
They're trying to.
All right.
And look, I'm not being a dick here. I'm
All
not
right.
being a dick.
We literally came up with it.
No one else had this idea. We had been having this discussion because it's a point of contention between you and I. We were
Yeah.
trying to find middle ground, and we figured out something finally that you and I could agree on to help this industry.
All right.
Because here's the thing. If you open this up in grocery stores wide open, this other industry is dead. It's going to die.
Yeah.
If you do not allow grocery stores to do this, well, you are costing money to businesses that shouldn't be held back. We are a capitalistic country, after
Yeah.
all. So the compromise that we invented
Damn.
is now like a legitimate bill. Where's our credit?
I don't know.
Next, here are the break room. Let's see that. They stole our idea.
What they do?
They stole our idea.
Those bastards.
Tommy, we were legitimately the only ones saying this, and we don't take credit for much because we don't have a lot of good ideas.
No,
but
I know.
when we have a good idea, someone must have heard this and brought this to Albany.
Look at this.
I'm not even kidding.
Mm-hmm.
For years, there has been a debate about selling wine in grocery stores across New York State.
Yeah.
The pros, the cons, the money spent by grocery stores trying to get it done, the lobby on the other side from liquor stores arguing you're going to destroy us if this happens. Well, the compromise we've all been waiting for may finally be here.
No kidding.
And it came from this room.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF right now.
Yeah.
You can log on.
Ooh, what am I going to get?
Go to WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see 38 Special at the Vine Showroom at Del Lago Resort and Casino, April 25th. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. You must be 21 years of age or older to attend a show at the Vine. Just after 7:45 this morning,
Yeah.
there are two women who got to do the ultimate grocery store fantasy yesterday. Something Kimmy was very jealous of.
I was.
But you got to have a strategy going in.
I think mine would have been different.
Yeah, I thought their strategy sucked based on what the news story I saw. Like what they were grabbing? I go, what are you doing?
Wasting too much time, Tommy.
We'll get into it.
Yes.
Just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. A new bill could have wine sales in grocery stores in the state of New York with a little bit of a compromise.
Okay.
A bill has been introduced that would allow New York grown and produced wines to be sold on the shelves of Wegmans and Tops.
Just New York State wine.
New York State wine.
Right.
And it would be an end to a debate that is like decades old.
All right, so you'd help the local guys out.
You got it. And here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is our idea. We came up with this idea like 3 years ago. It
Look
was
at
a
that.
brilliant idea. You and I were arguing because you've argued for years that all
I'm
liquor.
pro. I want all the liquor in the store.
And I was arguing that if you do this, you're going to destroy the mom and pop
Right,
liquor
right.
stores. They're going to disappear. So as we were screaming at each other,
Yeah.
Kind of a middle road here.
yes, the compromise we came to was New York only wines in grocery stores. And I had never heard anyone say this before it showed up in the room. Had you?
No.
No. Had you?
No?
No. This is our idea. And I stole it. It is a perfect compromise.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, it's a start anyway.
No. In this compromise,
Yeah.
you're increasing the visibility of locally produced stuff. Fun fact, Tommy. New York is the third largest wine-producing state in America.
Wow.
Yeah. Generates $2 billion in tourism for New York. So you want that to continue to grow. And this would still give liquor stores the exclusive rights to wines not from New York,
All right.
along with all of the other
Well, you
liquors.
get your French and Californias.
Yep, and all the other liquors.
Yeah.
And on top of that, in this bill, there's a further compromise for liquor stores.
What are they saying?
If the grocery stores in New York are allowed to sell New York wine, this bill would allow liquor stores to now sell food in their stores.
Oh.
And I know
That's a
you.
thing.
Okay, but you can't sell food right now. It's against the law.
Yeah.
They would be allowed to sell things like crackers, cheese that they could pair with certain wines.
Oh, all right, like snack stuff. Yeah.
Pre-made charcuterie boards. So if you are just
Ooh.
having like a night of drinking, you could one-stop shop.
Okay.
Did you know that you're also not allowed to sell beer in liquor stores right now?
No.
It's a separate license.
Oh wow. I mean, yeah, this whole state is so cockamamie.
Well, I mean, it's allowing different businesses to have
Yeah.
their places to grow. Elbow room for everybody.
All right. I'm just used to like Florida where everything was like for sale.
Yeah, and if there's one thing we should do, it's mimic all the ideas Florida has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to the liquor store, get a gun,
Same place.
fishing license, girlfriend.
Are you guys okay with New York wines in grocery stores?
Yeah, I think it's a start. I don't think it's great because like
Wait.
I don't know our
So you want more is what you're
well
saying.
yeah like I don't our New York State or New York State
State.
I'm in a New York state of mood.
Are they good?
Sometime what you gotta do. What?
Are they good?
Yeah, they're good wines.
Well, I mean, you don't drink wine.
No, I
like
think-
I'm talking to some.
I'm going
like,
based on sales.
No, I'm saying like are wine drinkers? Do they like? Oh my god,
I
love
mean,
New
it's
York State
not
wine.
from France. I'm guessing if you're a wine snob, you don't even want wine produced in this country, period.
I'm not talking snob, but like if I'm a regular wine drinker, do I look down on New York State? Like I want California.
That
Do I
depends
wanna
on what
s-
you like to drink. I think okay, I could be wrong, but I think we're bigger in white wines here, like sweeter wines, if that's what you're into,
That
based on like
Riesling.
our climate. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
California's more reds.
We are drowning. 252 WCMF. 252-9263.
Like I don't know if it's a lot. I mean, it's not even a big deal because nobody's gonna want it.
Please help. No, I just told you that, tourism for wine
I know.
Yeah.
country is $2 billion every
Yeah.
year. in the
We
state
do
of New
produce
York.
a ton of wine here.
I would assume that this would be a big thing for grocery stores if they were to do New York wines, and it would also be a big thing for the wineries. And let's put it this way: whether or not they're like the top of the top wines, convenience wins out.
Oh yeah,
right. Like if you are someone who wants a bottle of wine,
the average wine drinker has no problem going to a grocery store to get their wine.
It's a selection, though, right? Like, I mean, are you fine settling for New York wine?
Because that's all you're getting.
Well, would you? All right, here it is. How loyal are people to the wines they like?
Right.
Right? Because, Tommy, you drink Jameson. Mm-hmm. Most guys have a brand they drink and they stick with it, right? But it doesn't seem like wine drinkers do the same kind of thing.
I think that they, like the wine drinkers I know, they kind of go in waves. Like they'll be in the mood for a certain type of wine, certain types a year, or certain times of the year. Like I don't think that they only drink one kind of wine.
Okay. Because, like, here's the thing.
Yeah.
If they are willing to sacrifice what they actually super want for convenience, if New York wines are not, again, we're doing a lot of ifs here, that would really hurt the liquor store industry.
Oh.
Because, if the idea is, well, I still have these wines you can't get anywhere else, and wine drinkers are like, well, I'm at Wegmans, I'll just grab this.
Yeah.
You've cut the wine stores out of the equation.
Yeah, but I don't think it hurts. I'm telling you, man, because I've seen other states where it works.
Okay. We have screamed at each other about this for 3 years.
Yeah. I point out the obvious, and you say no.
No, here's the thing. I agree with you that this would not hurt the major wine liquor store. What you are going to lose are the corner mom-and-pop liquor stores.
Nah, you're not going to hurt the city market at all, and you're not going to hurt the country liquor stores at all.
You would absolutely hurt the country.
No, you're not.
Yes. How would it not?
Because they're not. Because that country liquor store probably is more convenient than schlepping all the way to Wegmans or Tops, which is probably even farther away.
Okay, so I have time to do grocery shopping, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So why would I not just, if all the liquor was available at the grocery store?
Yeah, but it's not all of it.
Why? No, because you want all of it. And your argument just was, if you open it up, it wouldn't hurt them in any way.
It won't.
So hear me out.
No, but I'm basing it on what you're saying. I can only get wine at
okay, you're talking about New York.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's the case, and that's why the compromise is okay. But you just said it's a start. Because you want everything wide open. And if everything was wide open, you would devastate the liquor store industry.
Because the country store, he could start selling like bait and tackle and shotgun shells and other stuff and like dirty magazines.
Oh, I didn't think the idea
CDs.
become a totally different store to sell pornography.
Expand. To expand. Like that.
252 WCMF. 252-9263, an idea that we had here in the break room 3 years ago. No one else had said it. And I'm not trying to be that guy, but we never have good ideas, so we had a good idea, right. So we want credit for it. A bill is sitting in Albany right now that would allow grocery stores in New York to sell New York State wines only. In exchange, liquor stores would be able to sell wines from every other state, the rest of the liquor you want to get, and they would then be allowed to sell food on top of all of those things. The idea is you are increasing the sales for New York State wines by selling them at grocery stores without completely devastating the liquor store industry. All right, we were drowning without information because you started talking about wine, but I mean, Kimmy's the classiest person in this room, and that's not saying much.
She ain't drinking
not going to get you far.
James writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, I work as a vineyard manager in the Finger Lakes. Like Kimmy said, we are known for our whites more than our reds, but we make some really excellent reds. Excellent reds.
Excellent reds. Here's the guy that's trying to sell you red wine.
Well, I mean, look, the grocery store is also going to try and sell you red wine from New York. You'll be the first idiot to walk in. Danny said this red is actually pretty good. Look, there is a warning here.
What's the warning?
Okay, you don't want to hear the warning.
I want to hear the warning.
No, you don't want to hear the warning.
I want to hear it.
We've seen how this movie plays out in other ways.
Like what?
Okay. People will always side with convenience over local businesses.
Yeah.
And it always hurts us in the long run.
Yeah.
For example, Amazon, when it first showed up, was great.
Yeah.
Right? And we used it a ton. And it started sending retail places locally out of business. Now, Amazon has raised their prices. And there's nothing we can do about it because all of those retail spots are not coming back. Hear me. Feel me. Touch me.
Punch you. What?
Fewer liquor stores means more expensive liquor. Has that crossed your mind?
No, because there's discount liquor houses all over the country.
Yes. That would have a hard time existing when the grocery store sells liquor.
I don't think so. I haven't seen it around the country.
Okay.
I mean, you'd have to show me someplace where they cornered the market on booze, and now the price has been driven.
You mean like Wegmans? How they cornered the market on grocery stores?
But they didn't jack up the prices any more than anybody else. I mean, you go to Tops, you go to Wegmans, those prices are about the same.
When's the last time you went to a Tops?
When did we do that remote? You know I don't top.
Yeah.
Like quality
So then
judge,
shut up. I mean, look, fewer
By the way,
liquors.
somebody else will create a cheaper version of something, and then they'll knock those guys out. That's how free enterprise works.
Okay.
You know, somebody's going to figure out Amazon, and somebody's going to come up with a cheaper version of Amazon, and then you'll start buying that.
Okay.
And America rolls on because we like cheap crap.
You're just talking.
No, I'm telling you how enterprise works. I mean, look, man, somebody invented the car, put the horse and buggy out of business, but are you bummed out you can't get a good buggy price anymore?
All right, so let's walk through this. You're right. You're right. Enterprise changes because there were local places owned by people here in town that were making lots of money and selling us stuff. And then Walmart came in and they gave us everything that we could want at a cheaper deal. And they knocked those local places out, right? Yeah. And then it became retail was cheap. And then Amazon came along, and they knocked those people that knocked it out. And it keeps getting worse and worse.
No,
it doesn't? It doesn't?
You're trying to make it some hellscape around here. Everything's beautiful.
Okay.
Everything
is beautiful?
Then the mall closes, and now I can get my medicine there.
252 WCMF. No one wants you to be able to get your medicine. Again, we're talking about this bill that sits in Albany right now. The compromise, finally, for wine and grocery stores. It would allow New York wines only to be sold in grocery stores. The liquor stores would get the rest of the liquor and wines outside of New York State. They would also now be able to sell food. So think like cheese, meats,
and chips,
charcuterie,
snacks.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wine and snacks.
Nuts.
Liquor stores also want the ability to sell beer, which they are not currently allowed to do in New York State. Tommy wants it wide open.
Yeah.
When you try and explain,
open the markets up,
and then he goes, and when you try and explain to him how that would kill mom and pop liquor stores, he responds with, "Nah." 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how about putting distilleries in that list, too?
What do you mean by that?
New York State distilleries are becoming quite popular now.
You talking about like liquor, like whiskey and things like that?
Yeah, like regular liquor.
I mean, I'd be okay with that.
Selling
like
New York
all
State
local.
liquor in the grocery
So think
store.
like Black Button or like what's the one in Fairport?
Iron Smoke.
Iron
Thank
Smoke
you.
and
Yes,
stuff like that.
Yeah, I think I'd be okay with that, Pete.
Ooh, get my bourbon.
Yeah, there you go. And some of them are very stout but very good. But it's going to piss off the winery, or it's going to piss off the distilleries if we just give it to the wineries. So now you got another war started.
Okay, I mean, look, yes, I mean nobody is ever happy with anything, but you know what Tommy always says? If there's one smart thing that he says, right? If nobody is happy with a deal, it means it's a pretty good deal.
Yeah,
everybody gets a little
fair shake.
Yeah, everybody gets a little something.
Well, Tommy's right about a lot of things, so
I mean, when you put it like that, Pete, I can't argue with you.
You just don't want to piss off Jack Daniels because he looks like he's ready for a fight. That statue.
The whole country of Canada's pissed off Jack Daniels. Pete, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. We got messages coming in on Instagram. I got Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. Jimmy writes us, haven't you guys said alcohol sales have been down? Now you're going to put some wine in grocery stores? This is bad news for small business. He's not wrong. We do know that
wine's down, I think, right?
It was liquor and wine sales have been down over the last couple of years.
Ooh.
And it's being driven by the younger generation, the Gen Zs that can now drink, aren't drinking like we did when we were
So we got to promote it a little bit more for these kids.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah. Make it cool again.
252 WCMF. We'll wrap it up with, a really smart guy who knows.
Well, we need a businessman.
Yeah, well, that's why we talked to Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Don't call me a businessman. Anyways, so my brother lives down in Lansdale, PA, and we went to their Wegmans down there. Their wine section is like the equivalent of 4 rows up here. But it's ridiculous. But like as we were driving down, around town, they still have like your corner liquor shop and all that stuff.
Okay, I mean, look.
Well, isn't that though because, I mean, PA's a weird state too, where like you have to go to a separate place to get beer.
Yep.
Like everywhere is almost its own separate store, separate stuff.
Found that out the hard way at a hockey tournament this year.
So it's all state control.
Bro, yeah, I walked into a Rite Aid, tried to buy beer, they didn't have it. Walked into a gas station, didn't have it, and then I had to go to it was like what
it's
Canada
like a beer
does.
store.
But even that, only certain beer stores only sell certain beer. It was the stupidest thing.
Very confusing.
One other thing. The car did not entirely put the buggy out of business because Amish people still use horse and buggies there, Tommy.
All right, you got me there,
There you
Benny
go,
boy.
stupid.
Take that.
Thanks for the call, Ben. Have a good rest of the day.
Stand in front of one of them.
Okay. I am telling you right now, if this happens and it goes wide open, I do not want to hear you bitch one word about how expensive your Jameson is at Wegmans.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Might be lower.
How would that happen?
Volume, baby. More volume. What was the price?
Okay. You think Jameson, coming from another country,
no, they'll bring
sold
more in.
worldwide, being only sold at Wegmans, would lower the price of Jameson?
They'll buy more of it and they'll drive the price.
You dumbass.
I bet you it goes down a couple of bucks
You
a bottle.
dumbass.
You watch.
I can't wait.
Shoppers Club, baby.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm reaping what I sow. What happened? Let's take a break. Speaking of grocery stores, you two do not seem happy with what these two women decided to do yesterday.
Well, they didn't know what they were doing, man. I'm watching. Why are you grabbing that?
Yeah, I mean,
It was stupid.
The strategy was a little off for me personally, but not what I would go to first.
Two women lived what might be the ultimate fantasy.
Oh, yeah.
At least for one man here in this room.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you would have to have a strategy walking in. But here's the thing. If you're going for the most expensive stuff, are you sure you're even going to use it?
Well, I mean.
Yeah, true. Some of it is a limited time frame.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Like, I get the logic you guys are using.
What was that?
I just don't think you're thinking it through.
All right.
Because getting the most expensive stuff would, in theory, be the best idea.
Yeah.
But are you going to use it?
Well, that's why you need a strategy.
You hang it out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Hate Mail of the Week coming up in just a little while. Why one man wants the other side of a story of a man who allegedly assaulted a construction worker.
Okay.
And we'll get into it just after 8. Hate Mail of the Week here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, 2 women had the ultimate grocery store fantasy.
Yeah.
As part of a prize won at a live auction from a gala held in March, these 2 women had 3 minutes to go inside the Tops in Henrietta and grab everything they could for free. Straight up. Whatever they took off the shelves were theirs. 3 minutes start to finish.
Total spree.
It's going to go fast.
Bang.
Yeah.
Boom. So you guys saw this story.
Yeah.
All right, Kimmy, you seem disappointed with what they took.
Okay, so the clip that they showed, they were trying to fill the cart with what looked like toilet paper or paper towels. And I'm like, and they were kind of like struggling to do it. I'm like, you're taking up too much space and too much time.
And there's no money in it, man. What are you buying, paper napkins?
Well, I think, so they did say afterwards that they were buying, one of them was buying for like the place they worked for or something.
They were having a barbecue. That's what they were going to do.
Okay,
They were going to cook out.
All right.
Yeah,
like,
I got your
guess,
barbecue right here.
I'm not going to that barbecue.
Case, they
Your
may have
mom
been.
went last night. Had a lovely time.
Got that?
Came back to my carver station many nights.
Last night.
Many nights.
Many nights.
Many nights.
Are you having a stroke?
No.
Damn.
I wish.
So I guess in that case, if they're looking for a specific thing for a specific reason, okay. But it was bothering me that I felt like they were wasting too much time on paper products.
When I saw that bounty going in there, I go, what are you goddamn doing, woman?
And too much space because you're going to have to push around multiple carts now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said you have to have a strategy, Tom.
Yeah, you gotta think money. Like, what's most valuable in a grocery store? And those are the aisles you hit.
Okay, so what are you going for?
First of all, I'm not wasting my time with paper products and cans of tuna fish.
Okay.
There's no money in that. You got to go where the money
Well, you're
is.
not reselling it.
There's no money in tuna, Kimmy. Tell the Starkist Company they've been making a mistake this whole time.
Where am I going first?
Where you going?
I'm hitting that meat.
Okay.
I'm hitting that meat, and then I'm heading over to where they sell like the deodorants and the makeup and all that stuff. That's big money over there. Razors, that's gold. Like, that's where all the money. That's where all the meat is, baby.
Okay.
The meat, aside from the meat.
The meat is where all the meat is. Kimmy, what is your strategy?
Okay, well, snack
hitting the
aisle
makeup.
first.
Wait, snack aisle, you said?
Snack aisle
Snack
first.
aisle, again, what are you, bag of chips?
Yeah, all the chips, one of everything. Maybe hitting the frozen food aisle because that stuff's gonna last you a while.
Okay, that's
you
a
can
good
really
strategy.
stock up on
good
that.
hit, good hit.
Good strategy.
Yeah, and I would go browse like the meat section because you could freeze some of that stuff.
Okay, but Tommy won't. He hates frozen everything.
Yeah, I'm not a freezer.
Okay, so that's just it, right? You're right. The most economically efficient thing to do would be to run to the lobster tank, grab them out of there with your bare hands.
Oh, yeah. Ow, ow, ow.
Take 3 minutes and just clear out all of the meat you can. That is going to get the most bang for your buck. But you're not going to be able to eat all that stuff because you're not going to freeze it.
Well, my wife will.
Okay.
But I would not.
But like that's
But then I would hit like that, the stuff that is not perishable. Like I would hit like deodorants and so, you know. all that
That's a
stuff.
smart move.
Oh, I know what I'm grabbing.
what?
Tide. Bro, Tide is gold.
You're gonna
That
go-
is liquid gold.
So you're going to go to bodegas in the city and sell them?
No,
your
I'll
Tide.
use it to wash my own ass.
All
I'll
right.
buy the Tide.
Like any kind of cleaning products.
Oh
could-
yeah, that's big
I mean
money.
that would
Yeah.
add up fast.
All right, I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to tell you something, Tommy, that you don't want to hear, but it's a fact. Kimmy, you're right. If you went with the Tide and
Yeah.
the deodorant and the razors, that's a good idea for you.
Yeah,
You're not going to live long enough to use all the cleaning products and stuff.
I'll will them to people.
No, you would. Wow. Grandpa Tommy left us half a thing of Tide. Thank you. No, like in all seriousness.
Well, then what
you
am I
have-
doing it for anyway?
You have to
then?
factor in your age. Like you don't need.
Who do you mean? He grabbed the bananas?
You don't. No, I mean, look. If I were you, I'd go for the most perishable stuff possible to ensure you get to use it. Like you're not going to need 10 containers of razors. You're not going to need 30 deodorants.
I'm gonna live for 30. I got 30 deodorants in me.
You ain't got 30 deodorants
Yes,
in you,
I
bro.
do. Very
Bro,
healthy.
How many? What does it take you to go through the deodorant? A month?
Oh, wow, a month?
It's about right?
No,
Per deodorant?
more than that.
Yeah, longer than a month.
Longer than a month?
Yeah.
No, longer.
How much deodorant do you use?
I stick up twice a day.
Okay, well, now that you're all full of aluminum, I want to cut down even more how long you're going to live for. You go through more than a stick of deodorant a month.
Yeah, I think so. Now, I wouldn't say like. I would say I probably tap out in less than 3 weeks.
Damn. Must really be caking it on there.
I use the Ban Rule one.
Okay.
3.5. Yeah, I probably use that once a week.
All right, Kimmy, let's say the average person uses deodorant, a stick of deodorant once a month, and Tommy grabs 40 deodorants. How many years worth of deodorants is that? 4 or 5 years? 5 years?
Hey, you
lot
got
of
kids?
years.
You can buy the lady deodorants too?
Yeah, no, my kids love my Old Spice Fiji deodorant.
No,
Here's
but you
the
can also buy
problem,
the kid one, the
Here's the-
secret.
Here's the problem you're not thinking about with that kind of stuff. If you're picky about those products, it's going to take you more time in those aisles because you're going to be looking for specific things.
Oh, she's right. Good
Yeah,
call.
But I kind of know where everything is in my store.
No, but this
Okay,
this
you may be an exception.
no, but this isn't your store. They went to the Tops in Henrietta.
Right.
You are.
That would hold me up a little bit
Yeah.
because I'm not familiar.
You're a blind man in a foreign country.
Can't be like sitting there smelling them all. Like, I like this scent more than this scent.
That's a great
'Cause
call.
that's what people do with soaps and stuff.
No, you're right. You would have to go to the place you know where brand doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm surprised alcohol,
Oh, grab the beer
beer.
for
right?
sure.
I mean,
yeah.
craft beer would be the way to
Oh,
go
yeah.
with
Yeah.
it, right? Because at least you
Grab
can
your brand and load up.
give that to friends. 252 WCMF. Now we got folks writing us trying to fix your strategies. Tops yesterday allowed two women 3 minutes to grab everything they could and load into carts as part of a shopping spree that they won at a live auction at a gala held in March. They showed video of it. The video they showed was them loading paper
Throwing
products.
paper towels in there.
Downy.
And both Kimmy and Tommy freaked out
I
about
was
it.
pissed.
Paul says coffee. Bags and bags of coffee.
So coffee's gone out of control. So that high-end coffee,
Yeah.
yeah, that stuff goes for like $14-15 a bag or a can.
You didn't even factor in coffee.
Yeah, you're right. I should hit the coffee.
All right, how long's-
but I got to grab my brand,
Yeah, he has a very specific type he likes.
and they don't carry a lot of it. That's why I buy it on Amazon. What?
So you wouldn't settle for a different type of coffee because it was free?
Yeah, but you know how it goes, man. You like your brand.
No,
I
I mean,
know,
no,
but,
what she
like,
said,
it's
it's
free.
free.
No, but it's like
I
saying,
could
well,
deal with this for a little while.
it's like if you like Coke, you ain't drinking no Pepsi, and vice versa.
If I got free Pepsi for the rest of my life, I would switch.
You say that now,
Free Pepsi.
I think you
But
could get used to it.
but you
Close
wouldn't like
enough.
it.
Free? No, I'll take free. If you told me I could never drink another Coca-Cola
You
again.
pound them Diet Coke.
I have 2 Diet Cokes a
Bro,
morning.
you're a junkie, man.
I need the caffeine. I don't drink
Oh,
coffee.
I see you going up there with the shakes every day, trying to put your little quarters in there.
Joke's on you. I
Come
bring my
on,
own
man.
12-pack now because
Come
the
on,
vending
man.
machine is too expensive.
Look how cheap you're.
Bro, I ain't spending 90 cents a can. Get out of my
married a
face.
doctor, man.
Yeah. And I bring my own soda. BYOS.
I would grab the coffee, but I would only grab my coffee.
Okay. All right.
And they only carry like about 6 cans of it. But I grab it.
No, I think the smart thing to do, like these women were doing this as a barbecue, like we're
Yeah.
getting stuff for a
By the way,
barbecue.
grab the beer for the barbecue.
Maybe they did.
They may
man.
have.
I didn't see no
They
damn
had
beer.
multiple carts when they were
They
all
had
said and
2.
done.
Yeah.
Which is no.
Well, one was a pusher, one was a thrower.
I saw
And I didn't mean that in a clean way.
the women standing next to like 5 carts.
Ooh, who
At
would you
the
take
end.
to do this? If you got one partner in this whole thing.
I can tell you who I'm not taking. Ow, ow, ow. Oh. Bro,
What?
you'd only get down one aisle, your lame ass. Takes you 4 minutes to get out of a chair. If they made you sit to start, it would be over before it started. And go.
Now, how about one of those ones where you push me? You know, they had those ones where people were, it's like a rickshaw almost,
And
so
you're
you
just
push me
bossing
from,
them
from
around.
behind. It has like a bench seat, and I can tell you what to grab.
Right. Left.
Yeah,
left.
yeah.
I'll
Like,
tell-
I know my stuff, bro.
Faster.
I'll tell you
I
that.
will go faster.
I couldn't do it with my wife. I'll tell you that. We get in too many arguments about what
Yeah.
we're taking.
Too much, women waste too much time.
My brother Ryan. It's got to be a bro or a sis. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody
You
that
gotta
gets the job done quickly.
But you got to be on the same page as far as what is good.
Right.
Because like you and your husband would argue the whole time.
Well, yeah, but my husband's also a pro shopper. And he's a fireman, so like, he's got all that stuff down to a science.
Yeah, you can get so many bags of potatoes right over his shoulder. Who are you going with? Oh, no, I have no friends.
Well, I mean,
If it isn't the consequences of all of my actions.
I would take my wife, but as soon as she sees somebody she knows, we're done.
They'd have to clear out
Pull
the
over
store.
to talking. Oh, there's Mary. I got to talk to her real quick. Yeah, we got involved in this contest. Isn't it neat? 3 minutes. There you go. What'd you get? Can of tuna?
And I hear there's no money in tuna.
No, there is no money in tuna.
This letter is alarming.
Oh.
Like, actually might be an alarm bell because we always say, if somebody feels a certain way, they're most likely not the only one. And this letter, along with another story that has been going on for 9-10 months now,
Yeah.
might be warning bells for construction workers across the state of New York. Because, like, the idea of construction is frustrating.
Yeah.
But I didn't think we actually hated these people. We got a letter to read you.
All right.
Hate Mail of the Week. It happens next here in the break room. Let's see you back. These men and women are just doing their jobs.
All right.
Important jobs.
Oh, yeah, you need them.
Without them, we don't get where we're going, and our cars would pay dearly. But this letter and some things in the news the last couple of months might be a warning bell.
Oh.
That, Tommy, for some reason, folks have a deep-seated anger towards these folks making a living, slowing things down
Yeah.
for our benefit.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, it's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago, we told you a bizarre story that happened just east of us. A 43-year-old man was arrested after police say he came upon a construction, flagger.
Yeah.
You know, go this way, go that way, stop, whatever. The flagger tried to get him to stop, but police say the man did not. It created a, quote, dangerous situation.
Yeah.
This led to an argument between the man and the flagger. And apparently, at some point, this man allegedly got out of his car.
So he did stop eventually.
Yeah, but he stopped
Yeah.
to allegedly hit the flagger.
So he attempted to assault the flagger.
It sounds like he did assault the flagger if the allegations are true. What makes it worse,
Yeah.
the 43-year-old man, the alleged assaultee, was driving without a license.
Hey, look at that.
He was arrested, charged with a whole bunch of stuff. And that discussion ended up being about the most common regular job you could have where you get punched in the face.
Yeah.
Right? But a man listening to the show at that time could not get past the flagger story.
Yeah.
He didn't see it like we did.
So he saw a different version of this?
Well, according to him,
Yeah.
we were being unfair to the man accused of this crime.
Of just randomly assaulting people?
And he wanted us to hear about it. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired, defending assaulteers. Sit back and enjoy today's. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry before I got to let you know.
Yeah.
This letter was sent by a man, but Billy Kidd, who is our normal reader, is on vacation.
All right.
So Kimmy is stepping up in the role of man today.
Oh, so it'll be a deeper voice.
Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
I heard a story on your show about a man who punched a construction worker. You laid into this man and made fun of him, but you only had one side of the story. We didn't get to hear why the man who punched the construction worker felt like he had to. People don't just do things for no reason, and I understand why someone would get frustrated when you drive through a construction site and see a bunch of lazy people making money on my dime. You want my respect? Do your job in an efficient and timely manner. Don't hold me up for no reason. Don't pretend like you're some official making me go to different places I don't want to go. No one gave them that authority. If you would have interviewed the man who punched the construction worker on the radio, well, maybe it would have given you a side of the story you didn't consider. And you may have looked differently at this man who was punched that only wanted to play the victim. Sincerely, Kurt.
Okay, so first off, we have to say these are all allegations.
Yeah.
He allegedly punched a flagger at the construction site.
All right.
Second, the story we told, Tommy, was according to the police report.
Yes.
It's not like we had the flagger on the air telling us
No.
the story and it was only his side.
According to this person, we should have.
Well, no, what I'm saying,
Oh, the flag.
we did not have the flagger at all.
victim.
No.
He wasn't playing the
Yes,
victim,
yeah.
right? This is what authorities say happened
Yeah.
to him, right? Like, we're not over here running pro-construction worker propaganda. But this letter, along with some other things the last few months,
Yeah.
is a little alarming.
Wait, what are you saying?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do people hate construction workers right now?
Sounds like it. A little bit.
A little bit?
A little bit.
Do you hate construction workers?
No, I love construction.
You
I look at their cranes and their trucks all the time.
You didn't say that very enthusiastically.
Well, I have
You
backflips.
you appreciate construction workers when they're not in your way.
I think that's everybody, right?
No, well, no.
I
no.
don't hate them. I'm not going to run them over.
Well, I had asked, do you hate them? He's like, no, which is Tommy for absolutely.
I don't speed around them. 51, come on, man.
We'll get back to that. Look, it seems hard to get mad at someone for just doing their job.
Right.
But as we like to say, if Kurt, who wrote us this letter, feels this way, he can't be alone. Do most people see them as lazy? Do they think they're just wasting our time? I'm going to ask you a question.
What's that?
We're not on a show.
Yeah.
When you drive through a construction site,
Yeah.
do you think those construction workers are being lazy?
No. I mean, it's a tough job.
Okay.
I mean, flag guys got a little easy. I mean, you know. I mean, there's a jackhammer guy killing himself.
Flag guy's responsible for the safety of everybody on that crew.
I understand that. It doesn't look as physically exerting to do it.
Okay. So
I always figure the weakest guy gets to do that job.
the weakest guy is the flag.
Yeah, like like little Gary or somebody like that. Let little Gary do the flags.
Little Mo with the gippy leg.
Yeah, he can't pick up the sledgehammer, so let him do the sign. Because you see, like, they look a little bit more frail. You never see a big burly guy doing it.
Okay, you do, but that's a whole... Well,
never do. It's usually a chick or a guy who looks like me.
Okay. Look, you're saying all the right things other than what you just said about construction worker. But, Tommy, there is another story recently that you were involved in that could be another red flag about how people feel about construction workers. The construction cameras.
Yes.
You got 3 tickets at the Freddie Sue Bridge?
Yeah.
Okay. In September? And you weren't alone. It popped tens of thousands of people.
They made millions of dollars off that one camera.
I don't think they made millions.
Bro, that camera now lives next to Brother Weeze in Fort Lauderdale. That's how rich you get.
But that camera was there and in other construction sites across the state to protect the health of the folks working on the roads. Yeah. And when I argued that to you, you didn't want to hear it.
No, because I said if it's so important to protect these workers, put a police officer with a sidearm and a squad car and a radio.
But that police officer can only pull over one person at a time. That camera's going to get everybody.
That gun's got 10 bullets, son.
You're going to shoot speeders. You're fine with that, but you're upset that you got a ticket.
Warning shot over your hood of your car.
Okay.
And I also got a nightstick and mace.
We heard interviews, Kimmy, every day for a week on the news from people who got these camera tickets, right?
Because they hit them and they scammed you.
But here's the thing.
What?
Folks put their name and face on television saying the whole thing was a scam. And they had no problem arguing against the safety of the people who were in that work site at the moment. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
You did the same thing. You argued against the safety. In fact, when
if you would have put a squad car there, I would have slowed down.
Again, why would you not slow down just because they're there?
Oh, I didn't know.
You did, actually. It said construction site. It also told you the camera was there. Kimmy, when there was a story 3 weeks ago that the union workers, the union construction, let me try this again. Union for the construction workers wanted these cameras at every work site in New York. You, along with other people, flipped out.
Yeah.
Do they not deserve to be safe?
Yes, but I think there's better ways to not break the backs of working people trying to get to their jobs than the sneaky camera.
So you then rather risk the literal breaking of backs of working people, construction workers, with people speeding through?
No. I want to go back to the old days.
Like?
We use the officers.
What?
And the radar gun.
He wants a police officer with a radar gun because he doesn't think he would have gotten pulled over.
Old school radar gun.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Back like they used to do in the 1950s.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got folks waiting on hold. Let's start with a construction worker.
All right, there you go.
RJ's on CMF. RJ, do you feel hated right now, buddy?
No.
Oh, good. Okay, that's good. Go ahead, RJ. I'm sorry. RJ?
Yeah.
Go ahead, buddy.
All right.
You called us, right?
No.
Okay, great. Thanks for the call. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I think he holds the flag.
Good, how are you?
Good, Tom. What's going on?
RJ, get that flag out.
What's up, Tom?
So I was working on Lyle Avenue, and they were working on the road and the sidewalk at the same time. A guy on a motorcycle tried to avoid the construction on the road, went up onto the sidewalk, almost hit a construction worker. The guy yelled or something. The construction yelled back at the motorcycle. He spun that bike back around and came up to that guy holding the shovel. That guy was fear for his life. Everyone was like frozen.
Well, what happened?
He got back on the bike, but when he spun it around and went back after him, it looked like there was going to be a big problem.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But a problem he caused.
Yeah, like
what, you know what I mean?
What leg do you have to stand on in that? Well,
hey, remember when you almost hit me in a place you shouldn't have been driving?
Can I not drive on the sidewalk in America? Huh? Is this not
on my motorcycle?
Free country?
It is amazing when people get upset for a problem that they cause for themselves. You know what I mean? Like, how dare you react that way to me almost killing you?
All right, Tom, do you think that people are hating construction workers right now?
I would say 50-50 from what we've heard so far and what we've seen. Yeah.
All right, Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Do you think 50% of people hate them?
I think it's one of those things where you don't think you're going to be that guy until you're affected by it, until you get that ticket, until it inconveniences you, and then you may have some things to say.
I mean, look, you heard 252-WCMF, Hate Mail of the Week. Kurt writes us a letter coming off of a story that we talked about, this construction flagger, getting allegedly assaulted by some guy who would not stop driving through when he was told to stop. Says that they're lazy. In this letter, he called them lazy. Said that they're working on his dime. That's my tax money. I mean, like, you people know we do this impression to make fun of you,
Yeah.
right? And then they just keep continue, right? Like, he calls them all lazy, collecting money for doing no work, right? Working slow. You don't think there's half of America thinks that? Half of Rochester thinks that?
I mean, but to say you hate him, it sounds a little strong.
Okay, maybe hate
To
is
me,
the
to
wrong
me.
word. Maybe hate is
Like
the wrong word.
frustrated sometimes. And everybody gets frustrated. I mean, I bet you those guys that do that job get frustrated
By
when
what?
they're out driving around.
Oh, you think that they get?
You
Even
don't
though
think they
work
judge
in
those guys?
construction, they're pissed at other people doing construction.
You know, it's like when a waitress goes out to dinner and then
they're more critical.
They're
Sometimes.
super critical.
Yeah, but here's the difference.
I don't lay those cones out like that. That's how you do it. That's how you do that shovel.
But if you are a construction worker that's frustrated with other construction crews, you're in the business. You know how this is supposed to go.
True.
You don't.
I know.
Do you, though?
I have a shovel.
Well, this might be the most glaring suburban guy catch-22.
What's that?
Well, look, we bitch and moan that the roads are torn up.
Well, yeah, you have to do this work.
Right? Bridges feel unsafe. Yep. We need turning lanes here. We need street lights there. And then these folks come out to make these improvements. Like you said, you need the work. And we freak out about how much time it takes to get where we want to go. Mm-hmm. What other way is there to do this?
I know. But even like you, when you got to run your kid to hockey, and now you're going to have 490 tied up because they're redoing all these overpasses, and you're going to have to take these side streets, your anxiety is going to be at 10.
You're right. And I went through it last week, but I've never, focused that on the gals working.
No, but you can feel the anxiety building up inside you basically because they're doing their job.
Okay. No, don't you try and bring me in with you.
Well, no, to his point, I think people make blanket statements like, "Oh, it's construction; it'll go on forever. You know, it's gonna take too long." But in a way, you're still kind of insulting the people that are doing the job by saying
I had to take Monroe
it's
Avenue
not
at 5
going.
o'clock. I can't believe it. I had to take these back streets all the way to Fairport.
By saying it's not going
I live
fast
all the way
enough.
out. I live in Henrietta. That's too far of a drive.
No, I was more upset with your bitch-ass Pittsford drivers than I was with the construction workers.
Don't shift your frustration around.
Well, am I
bro.
wrong?
Everybody's in the same
You
boat.
want to play it back? You
We're
want to play it
all
back?
forced to go down the same road, my man.
No, we weren't. I had multiple roads and I took Pittsford.
Too much.
And I will never do it again because you bitch-ass Pittsford drivers don't know how to work Monroe
All these
Ave.
pointless stores. Who needs alpaca socks?
All right, look. To your point. It's also a valid argument. To your point.
What?
We're all guilty of frustration because of
Absolutely.
construction. We've all been the first person stopped in that one-lane traffic when they let 20 cars through ahead.
And we all want to put a face to our pain.
Okay. But to write a letter after the fact suggesting this flagger may have been deserved punch in the face,
Obviously not.
or to keep screaming about getting a ticket for going over a speed limit while people are working.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You shouldn't do that.
Okay.
I also want to put out there if you're getting yelled at by a construction worker, you're probably doing something wrong. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume.
Well, he may
that.
be under your car. That's why he's yelling.
But you know what's funny?
What?
Like you and I are both very anti-authority, right? Like you're not gonna tell me what to do.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about being a construction site. I have that third grade teacher
Okay,
anxiety.
I'm sorry.
I don't
No.
like. I want
I
them
didn't mean to.
I want them to look at me like my hands at 10 and
Yeah.
2, slow, going right to speed. I want them to be like, "That's the best construction driver I've ever
You
seen."
want to get that big thumbs up.
Yes, I don't know why.
That's the way to pull through.
I'm never
Look
gonna
at me,
interact
I'm
with.
following the rules.
Yes, I'm never gonna interact with these men and women in person, ever, right? But that Honda Pilot did it right. There's been a lot of money discussion the last couple weeks.
Oh, sure. Everybody's coming up short.
Well, that's just it. Not everybody's coming up short.
Tough out there.
It is tough out there. But here's the thing. As much as this is going to be more expensive in the greater Rochester area this year than it has been ever, maybe double the cost, it's not enough to end this tradition.
Oh.
Despite
But it doubled in price.
maybe more.
Wow.
Look, 1/2 of Americans say they are not doing this year because of the price.
Yeah.
But I'm on to you.
Yeah.
I know you're not going to do it, but it's not because of the price.
Oh.
It's because this is the most frustrating holiday tradition of any of them throughout the year.
Oh, okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Look, there are things people right now simply cannot afford.
Oh, yeah.
Money, not in the budget, we can't do it.
So what are we doing?
This cannot be one of those things.
Oh.
It's such a tradition. It's not going to crush your monthly budget.
But you're still going to spend even though you're bitching.
Look, I would have thought so, but if what we are seeing here is true, it feels like money is being used as an excuse to avoid something that every parent sees as a massive headache this time of year.
So what's coming up this time of year?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. If you have not yet, feel free to log on our live stream.
Yeah.
The Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. Actually, today it's an historic day in the break room.
Yeah, last day you're going to see this.
That's right. If you log on the break room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch, it'll be the last day you see Tommy in his chair.
Yes.
We have just been informed Tommy getting a new chair.
How about that?
And we also figured out you've been sitting in that chair for 20
Decades.
years.
Yes. Think about that. This is the world's laziest lazy boy.
There's a. Never mind. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say.
Say it. Go ahead, big shot.
There is more of you seeped into that chair than any other human being.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that.
I told you I wouldn't. You did this.
There's some Tommy seepage.
Tommy also suggested, and we'll probably get into this later in the week, that the chair is so iconic due to his performance in it that we should auction the chair off for charity.
Could you think of a more iconic piece of broadcasting history in this town that you could own and put in your house than this chair?
We should have people buy tickets to sit in it for 5 minutes.
For charity.
I'm sure we'll talk about
Do
that.
you want to put your butt where Tommy Muley sits
For the
every
starving
day?
children.
Would you like an ass itch for $5? So log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room on WCMF. Check out the live stream from your friends here in The Break Room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Almost 1/2 of Americans say they are not dyeing Easter eggs this year on account of the price of eggs.
Oh, my God. Wait, half are bailing?
1/2 Americans say
You've been
this.
dying to bail on this for years,
All right,
right?
so right now, we just looked it up on Instacart. The price of eggs, a dozen eggs at Wegmans will run you around $6. And obviously, that's expensive for eggs.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But the eggs costing you $6 and the dyeing kit running you about $1. You're going to tell me that $7 to $8 is too much of a backbreaker?
Too much expensive Jesus for my blood.
Okay, I don't know. Well, the eggs aren't really a Jesus
Well, it's part of
One
the,
of the bunny thing.
It's Jesus season.
I mean, look, I'm not
Dyeing
arguing.
these eggs for Jesus.
Well, we kind of are. It's celebration of Easter, right? All part of it.
I don't know how the eggs became a part of.
I don't either. It just kind of seems like a waste overall. I mean,
So
egg prices are not.
let me ask you this. So dyeing the eggs is one thing.
Yeah.
Are they just, what about Easter egg hunt?
Well, I mean, you can
Well,
buy
those are like the plastic eggs you fill them with candy.
Yeah.
All right.
But I guess there are people that do Easter egg hunts with real
I
eggs.
would think those are way more expensive than just dyeing the eggs.
Oh, no, the plastic Easter eggs are super cheap.
Yeah, but you got to put money and toys.
Yeah, but you can
and
use them year
cookies
after
and-
year.
But I mean, like
I put like jelly beans in them. What do you mean money?
jelly beans.
Yeah, the kids just want to go find the eggs when they're little. They
Oh,
don't
I
care
want
what's in
some
them.
chocolate
Okay, that's why they don't have
or
grown-
money.
That's why they don't have grown man Easter egg hunts. Stupid.
All right.
All right, so here's the thing.
All right. So you've been dying to not dye these eggs, I'm guessing.
That's just it.
Yeah.
If 1/2 of Americans are actually skipping the egg dyeing like they say they are this year, the reason is you were looking for any reason to not dye Easter.
Yeah, it's a lot of work and not a lot of fun.
Okay, it's past that.
And your kids suck at it.
All right. Dyeing eggs
Yeah.
it is the worst holiday tradition that anyone ever came up with. The dye gets everywhere
Right.
when you're doing it. The counter is stained sometimes for the rest of the life of your home.
Some of the eggs are going to crack when you boil them.
You got that. You got that like weird ass egg thing sticking
Yeah.
out the side of it. Your kids have an expectation of what the eggs are supposed to look like based on the box, and they never come out that way, and that causes egg kid drama. The prep for egg dyeing
those kits you got to buy?
Okay,
Where
it's
you got
past
to mix it with the water and stuff?
It's past that. It's not water. You got to put like vinegar in there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, my kids loved dyeing eggs when they were little.
Yeah.
And when that kit came out, they were ready to go right away. Right, let's dye eggs. But you got to boil the eggs.
Yeah.
Right? You have to let the eggs cool enough where your kids aren't going to scald their hands putting them in the dye.
No, you speak for yourself.
Then you have to give time for the color tablets to break down in like the vinegar. So the hour you're waiting for everything, your kids are asking, can we dye them yet? Can we dye them yet? Every 5 minutes, you want to leave your house forever.
Yeah.
And while we're on a rant here,
What's that?
how in the 100 years of egg dyeing technology have they not invented a better holder for the eggs when you put them in the
that
dye?
little spoony
Oh,
thing?
it's like a little wiry
right?
spoon.
The bendable wiry spoon. You put the egg in the little hole. It never holds the egg. The egg tips out sideways. It falls through the bottom. Year after year.
Splash.
Since the beginning of time, we get the same metal thing, and my kids would burst into tears because the whole egg fell in the orange dye, and they didn't want their whole egg to be orange.
Yeah, and then it's all over.
And I'm dealing with it.
So have you seen these kits? I think they're like on Amazon and stuff, where it's almost this little spinny thing. You put the egg in. I don't think you're using dye. They use like
Markers,
some kind of like watercolor markers or something.
Oh, it spins around.
And it spins, and you can color the egg
Yeah, what does
instead of
that
dye
cost?
it. Oh, it's not that. It's like $5.
Yeah, it's coming from China.
Yeah.
It's one of those cheap ass things,
Okay.
right? But, okay, I guess
I mean, your kid's not getting quite the same experience, but it's got to be easier for you as a parent.
Look,
What's the age cutoff of dyeing eggs, by the way?
Well, I mean, it varies, right? There are some kids that are done when they're out of elementary school. There are some people that do this as adults.
There are some adults that do it for the aesthetic.
Yeah.
Put out the eggs.
Oh.
So you have them all
And
different
by the way,
colors.
so it's a hard-boiled egg.
Yeah.
It's gonna rot.
Yes,
yeah,
it
I
will.
know. Well, that's what I mean. It's kind of like a waste because who wants to eat that many hard-boiled eggs
You'd
at
have to throw
once?
them out, but if you set them out for a while, a day or two, you'd have to throw them out.
No, I know. People will do it right before Easter and then have them out for when people come over, like put them in like ice buckets and stuff,
Oh,
and then,
all right.
like move it forward.
What a lot of work.
But you do bring up another question.
What's that?
252 WCMF. 1/2 Americans say they will not be dyeing eggs this year because of the cost of eggs, which I know they're expensive, but like it's $8 altogether. You
Yeah.
can't tell me that's breaking your monthly budget. You don't want to do it because it's a mess, and I get it. I get it. What did you guys do with the eggs when you were done dyeing them when you were a kid? Did you dye eggs when you were a kid?
Yeah, I think everybody did, but I couldn't even tell you what my mother did with them.
What did your family do with them, Kimmy?
So wherever we went to Easter brunch, the eggs came with us.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah.
you brought them to somebody's house.
Yeah, so whether, you
Right.
know, give people the chance to eat them, I
How
guess.
many goddamn eggs you gonna eat? Like, especially a
Yeah.
hard-boiled
No, right.
egg.
And as
You
a
can
kid,
make-
you don't want the hard-boiled egg.
No, hard-boiled eggs as a kid, it sucks. It's a dry-ass egg.
I loved egg salad sandwiches when
Well,
I was a
that's
kid.
different because you load it up with mayonnaise.
Well, yeah, but you can make egg salad sandwiches with the hard-boiled
How
egg.
many of those you gonna eat?
I will eat egg salad sandwiches till they disappear.
So I hated them because that was my mother's go-to quick sandwich.
No, I remember she makes me one when I'm done every night. Like, really goopy too.
What's it goopy with?
Was it the only? I'm not eating my own batch.
That's what you just said.
No, I was gonna make a joke.
Was she using her muff juice to make you goddamn egg
That's your
salad?
mother, man.
You're the one banging her and asking for
I
a
was
sandwich.
gonna make your mother's goopy while my sandwich is goopy, but you had to go there.
But I said mayonnaise, which means semen.
How do you gross me out on my own? Your mom banging
Because
joke?
I don't think you thought it through when you were eating your egg white sandwich.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have a better plan next time I'm banging your mom.
Eat your sandwich. Get out of my house.
Now, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Kimmy, you remember this when you were a kid. Like, every egg, a little bit of the dye got through to the egg.
Oh, it gets
Yeah.
on the actual
Yeah.
egg.
Yeah, I don't really know if that was healthy.
Seepage.
Is that safe?
I hope so.
Well, that's edible dye, isn't
But
it?
who knows,
It's like food
because-
coloring, I thought.
I don't know.
I feel like up until like the mid-2000s, nobody paid attention to that stuff.
But Mitch was out like 2 years ago. Nobody
Yeah.
paid attention to that stuff, right? Like, I don't know. I always assumed it was safe to eat,
It
right?
ain't going to kill you if you get a little lead or a little paint on you.
No, the lead's bad.
Yeah.
You know how much lead you got to eat to actually get sick?
Yeah, actually, there's been several studies done.
Yeah, I mean, like years of it.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you didn't put it like that.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Victor's on CMF. Hey, Victor, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
So a couple things. So, I use food dye when we're doing eggs.
Okay.
I've never bought those kits. It's like it takes like 2 seconds. You pour the vinegar, you dye the vinegar, and then that's it.
So that food dye
And then-
sticks? It sticks to the eggs?
Yeah, it works great.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my
And then-
mom used to do
and
that.
then Who the hell's dyeing eggs on a countertop without like a tablecloth?
My family for my whole life?
All right. And then hard-boiled eggs, they stay like good for a while in the fridge.
Listen to Martha
And
Stewart
they're
over
great.
here.
Take one on your lunch.
What you have to do is you take the food coloring and put it in the vinegar. Lay down your white cloth to catch any seepage. Shut up, Victor.
I mean, eggs don't last forever in your fridge, man.
What do you do with the eggs when you're done with them?
Our tradition was we'd always paint the eggs the day before, and then my parents would go out and hide them out on the lawn, and we'd go find them in the morning, and then we'd put them in the fridge, and then we'd eat them. My dad would take them for lunch.
Eat your dirty
Yeah.
lawn eggs.
Seriously. Well, I
You're
guess
going to make a
it's-
lot of
They have
egg-themed
a
meals.
shell.
Yeah, they do
have
have a
a
shell.
wrapper on the egg.
And they can be stored in the refrigerator for up to a week.
Okay,
Fun
but
fact.
again, you got to eat a dozen eggs in a week.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a ton of
Family of
eggs,
four.
man.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe a smaller family might be harder to do, but
All right, well, hey, Victor.
they make 6-packs of eggs.
Victor, thank you for all that dynamite egg information, buddy.
You have a great one.
All right, there goes Victor. I'm telling you, our dining room table when I was a kid,
Yeah.
It was nothing but stains
Was
from
it
eggs.
already like ruined anyway? So your mom probably just like whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Your house was trashed, man.
I'm not the only house that had this problem. I'm telling
I know.
right now, half our audience has stained counters and dining room tables from egg dye that got through. It got through the protective barrier and lives there forever. I'm telling you, man, like the reason Easter egg dyeing is dying, if it is it's the biggest holiday tradition pain in the ass. Like, even if you look at all the other stuff for other holidays, like making Christmas cookies is tough, but in the end, you get cookies.
Yeah.
Right? Having to buy Halloween candy sucks, but you also get to munch on candy while you're hanging it out. The only other holiday kid tradition that comes close to the frustration of egg dyeing is building a gingerbread house.
Well, that's almost impossible. That's like legitimate construction.
Yeah.
You
have to have load-bearing cookies.
I think you only do that once before you realize this isn't as easy as it looks, and now I'm done.
And like you don't even get to eat the gingerbread house when you're done.
No, because it's got glue, unless you're my father. But yeah, it's got glue and cardboard support.
Danny writes us on Instagram, again, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Eggs come out of a chicken's ass, and Tommy is worried about eating eggs after they were on a dirty lawn. Valid point by Danny there.
All right.
Valid point by Danny. No, like my kids haven't even brought it up this year, so I think I'm going to be able to skate.
Well, they should be old enough where they probably don't care.
Yeah.
Again,
like you're an adult.
But some
You're
kids like
almost a
hold
little
on to
adult.
those traditions just because it's comforting.
Are you? How much would it cost to buy the ones that are already pre-done? Like, Wegmans sells those ones that are already like dyed.
Oh, I've
What's
never
the
seen
point?
those. They do?
Yeah. Well, they do at my store.
Does Pittsford Wegmans sell pre-dyed eggs?
Yes, they do.
What are those
Well, they're all
for?
designed.
That's literally just for decoration.
But I think they're legitimate eggs.
Okay,
That they do. So
I've never heard of this before in my life.
I haven't either.
You are making this up.
no, I'm telling. Maybe it's just a Pittsburgh store because we're so affluent and y'all's poor. But yeah.
But then what's the point though? 'Cause you're not.
Well, you
doing
get
it
to
with
meet the
your kids.
artist and stuff like that. He'll sign the eggs, and then there's usually like a little talk if you want to go to that, and there's usually like a wine pairing.
You know what really bothers me?
What?
I know that, like, they have, like, food artists, right? Like, when you see a Big Mac in a commercial, that's, like, put together by someone who does that for
Oh,
a
yeah,
living.
they do it for a living.
Yeah.
Right? But, like, I also understand that the eggs on the box are done by those people.
Yeah.
But I have never dyed an egg in my life that comes anywhere close
You can't.
to what the box egg looks like.
can't.
I've been doing this for 38 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Not even close.
That's a studio egg.
Thank you. Like, why can't I get whatever you guys got for that? And then, like, this wasn't a thing when you were a kid.
What's that?
The egg kits will also come with like this like foil or plastic that you can wrap around the eggs that are like designs.
Oh.
And like when you see it on the box, it's just seamless.
So
right?
it does look like a pattern.
Yeah, exactly. But like when you try and wrap it around an oblong egg, like there's always one end sticking up, like there's a bubble over here, and
Yeah.
my daddy, God, it sucks. Sucks so hard. The only thing I'm gonna miss are the 15 egg salad sandwiches.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Love that mayonnaise
All right, let's take a break.
at my mom's house.
Coming out of her refrigerator.
Yes. Yeah.
The egg salad. Someone's about to get rich, son.
Oh.
And this is a piece of memorabilia that the majority of men listening, especially on the West Side, would want their hands on. Your brothers would kill
No kidding.
for this. And the fact that it's going to go for this much money. Because here's the thing. This man
Yeah.
was one of the most famous baseball players of his time. In fact, he had a resurgence in the late 90s when what he was famous for was toppling.
Oh.
But I also think he's a guy that most casual sports fans would have no idea who he is.
Oh, wait, really?
I'll let you decide.
Okay.
And we'll do it next here in the break room. On CMF. So here's the thing.
What's the thing?
Look, I when you find out what they think this is going to go for, I'm going to agree with you. It's stunning.
Oh.
Although it is one of the most unique pieces of sports memorabilia you're going to find on the market right now.
Oh.
That being said, I didn't think enough people still revered this guy or even knew who he was.
So he's not like one of your top tier dudes.
Well,
then.
but here's the thing. He kind of is. It's just he had a weird career where he exploded for this one specific thing.
Oh. All right. So he had a move.
I'm going to let you decide because you were alive for this.
Because you said my brothers would love this.
I think your brothers would go nuts for this.
And they're in their late 70s.
Yes.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. There is a game-worn Yankees jersey that's about to go up for auction.
Okay.
And this jersey was worn during a record-setting season that had the entire country watching two teammates go back and forth. That jersey was worn by Roger Maris.
Oh, my God.
During his home run record-setting 61 homer season in 1960.
It was early. Yeah, it was.
One?
Yeah, something like that.
61 and 61? Kimmy, can we
So
Google that?
this is a jersey?
It is a wool jersey that he wore during the season. Now, here's the thing. It is not the jersey he wore when he hit the home run.
Yeah.
He had wore it when he hit number 59, I
Okay.
guess. So it was worn during the race.
Yeah.
In 2022, the jersey was sold to a private collector for $250,000.
God damn.
Do you want to guess what Sotheby's, who will be auctioning it off, estimates it's going to go for now?
Well, you say this stuff's going out of control, right?
Yeah.
Mill?
They're estimating it goes between $1 and $2 million.
Yeah, I would think if it was $250 before, and then the craze hit. And by the way, how unique, right?
Yeah.
How many of these things are even around?
I mean, this is literally one of a kind.
Yeah.
All right. So, Kimmy, what year was the home run race?
1961.
All right, so
Wow.
61 and 61.
Yeah, and they made a movie about it, for God's sake.
Yeah, and it had Sean Penn.
Oh, who was in it?
He was Roger Maris.
He was?
Wasn't he?
I don't
Kimmy,
think so.
Google it.
No, I don't
Yeah,
think Sean
remember
Penn.
that scene where Sean Penn or Roger Maris had sex with Madonna? Okay, so here's the thing.
I think he would have been arrested.
I
You're
would.
talking about the movie in 2001?
It's called 61.
Yeah.
Yep. Barry Pepper.
Yeah. The
I don't know who that
look-alike
is.
of Sean
Penn played Roger Maris.
I don't think so, bro. They don't even look
No,
like
it's
same.
a different guy.
Kimmy, there's another movie where Sean Penn played Roger Maris. Look, I swear to God. Google Sean Penn, Roger Maris.
Are you thinking of Fast Times at Ridgemont High?
Yeah.
Mr. Spigoli.
Roger Maris. Shut up.
I'm not seeing the correlation.
Maybe he played Mickey Mantle. None of this matters.
Mickey Mantle. That's a man's
Let's
man.
see.
Roger Maris wasn't a man's man.
No, but Sean Penn don't look like Mickey
Sean Penn
Mantle.
played a Yankee. I remember watching the made-for-TV movie on HBO.
Hold on.
Google
Oh,
it.
no, he played Billy Martin.
Shut
in
up.
the Billy Martin story.
You know, he played Billy Crystal. I'm a Yankee here and I'm over there. We're saying words nobody knows right now.
Sean Penn played a baseball player in The Rookie.
No.
It
Damn
says
it.
he played a former baseball player.
This is making me so
Hold
mad.
on,
I
looking,
watched
I'm
this movie
looking.
when I was a kid. It was on HBO
Yeah.
all the time. He played a Yankee. Doesn't matter.
All right.
252 WCMF or Twitter or Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. What I'm getting at is this.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to say, before I say what I say, I am not taking away from the career Roger Maris
No.
had, right? He is an unbelievable baseball player. He held that record until 1998, 99.
Yeah.
Okay. That being said, I didn't think enough casual sports fans knew who Roger Maris was anymore to make this jersey worth between $1 million and $2 million.
No, I think you're right. I mean, it was just a moment in time. I mean, I don't think he's listed. When you think of the Yankee greats, he's not first mentioned. You're probably 10 deep before you get to Roger Maris when you talk about the greats of Yankee history.
I would argue 20 deep, but
It-
that's a whole. I mean,
it could be.
I don't want to even have that argument.
But unless you're outside, unless you're a deep Yankee guy, you're right.
Because look, I mean, he doesn't own the record for home runs anymore, and I get
Right.
that he had that major resurgence when Sosa and McGuire were
But
chasing
kids
that
wouldn't
record.
know this.
So much
guy,
has
would they?
happened since then.
And like
Gets
to
forgotten.
and to Tommy's point, like your brothers were alive during this home run
Oh
race.
yeah, they were Yankee fans. Like Mickey Mantle and all that stuff. They would cry.
But they're how old?
They're 70s.
Okay.
Late 70s. I would say so your husband's a big baseball guy.
Mm-hmm.
How old is he?
He's 36.
So he might be the cutoff of guys that love baseball that know who Roger Maris is and would care.
'Cause
Right?
it's funny, like there were two names that resurfaced when I was a kid that I had, and you know what a deep sports fan I am.
Yeah.
I had no idea who they were. When Cal Ripken broke Lou Gehrig's record,
Yeah.
I had never heard of Lou Gehrig until that moment.
Really?
I
Oh. That famous, where he's dying.
today, I
Yeah.
consider myself the luckiest man.
Are you though, Roger? Really?
I think that was
Yeah.
that's what he was saying.
Oh.
And then I had no idea who Roger Maris was until the McGuire Sosa chase.
Yeah.
And the funny part is, right, like the record's been broken at least 4 times. Sosa did it.
Yeah.
McGuire did it. Bonds did it. And then Aaron Judge passed it 2 seasons ago.
Yes.
Right? He got over 61.
Yeah.
Okay. Aaron Judge, pending, is the only one who did it without the aid of performance-enhancing drugs.
Right. So, I mean, it's so far in the past because, like, my dad worked when my dad was in the Navy up here. They had a lot of celebrity guys that were in the Navy because they didn't want them to actually get hurt.
Sure, yeah.
So they trained up here. So one of them, you may know the name of this guy. He was the only guy at the time that threw consecutive no-hitters in Major League Baseball. And he was in my dad's unit back in the day. And there was a boxer named Willie Pep.
I know Willie Pep. You damn true, Willie Pep.
So he was like pound for pound the greatest boxer that ever lived at the time. But when my dad told me these things, I had no idea what he was talking about. But they were like household names when he was a kid.
Your dad was in the Navy with Johnny Vandermeer?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, so they both were up here at the Finger Lakes Naval Training Center.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
By the way, again, Willie Pep I know, but I'm a nerd.
But those were household names of my dad. But the time I was a kid, I didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
And that's what's so interesting about this is, again, Roger Maris' game-worn jersey from the 61 season when he broke the home run record, hitting 61 home runs. The jersey he wore when he hit 59 is going up for auction. They're estimating, despite the fact that it only sold for only $250,000 3 years ago, that it will sell for between $1 million and $2 million at this auction. Like, let's say I get this Roger Maris jersey, and I put it under glass and I hang it in my house. Like, what percentage of people that walk through my house would I have to explain who Roger Maris is?
It would be such a low percentage because take every woman out of the picture. Take every young person out of the picture.
Kimmy, did you know who Roger Maris was? Like, did you know that name before we started talking?
Yeah, but only because my dad was a Yankees fan.
Okay, all right. No, I understand how disrespectful that sounded. I meant age, not lady.
No, but again, I mean, like, it's a really small percentage. And then even if they know, would they even care? You know what I mean?
Made out of wool, though. It's pretty cool.
Oh, you didn't tell me wool.
No, I mean, that's how they
one of your
used to
top fabrics.
It's a good jersey.
So Barry Bonds still holds the Major League Baseball single season record.
Yes, but what I meant
is Aaron Judge has the Yankees and American League.
So if you want to go by like the curmudgeon, Aaron Judge holds the real record because he's the one that has yet to be proven that he was on performance enhancing.
Even though he kind of looks like he's on something.
I don't know, man. You keep saying it's steroids in the milk keep making everybody bigger.
Well, that's true.
You know, you want to believe that it would be impossible to get away with that stuff now, but probably not. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've become so cynical as a sports fan. Like, you're doing something.
It kind of seems like they're working in other ways. Like, I know, like, there's all the controversy over the bats or the ball or the way the parks are built. You know, like, everybody has an argument for why one person's record stands and not the other. There's so many variables.
It's the only sport, but this will never go away.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. You're right.
But it also makes it interesting, I think.
I get it. Well, it gives everybody something to bitch about because the goddamn game is so slow.
It gives certain people
the game isn't slow anymore.
Others.
Well, it's because they're using those torpedo bats.
They got the pitch. I like baseball.
We saved the torpedoes for the enemy.
Willie Pep did.
Yes.
In Geneva. Now, I mean, I guess, like, if you're going to take away one thing here, other than the fact that Roger Maris' jersey that he didn't even hit the home run, the record home run, and is going to go for between $1 and $2 million, that's insane. Like, what you have to do as a human being to be remembered forever is so astronomical.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that guy was he set the most unbelievable record, by far in the most popular sport in America at the time, playing for the most popular team. And there are lots of folks that have no idea who he is.
Yeah. But now, because everything's recorded, will the same emotion be there? Because like everything now I can see.
Sure, you're saying people will be remembered more?
No, what if it's watered down now? So like Rory McIlroy had that unbelievable Masters tournament, right? Where he's emotionally breaking down.
Yeah.
But next month there's going to be something else that's going to take over and flood the internet. So does it get washed away?
That's a good question.
You know what I mean? Or it doesn't mean as much anymore because there's just so much out there.
Yeah,
but you can also physically see whatever you're interested in, which I would think would help make a lasting memory of that person.
I guess
like we can only imagine what it looked like.
Well, they have video of him hitting that.
Right, but like it's not, there's one angle, one video, you know what I mean? Like you're not getting interviews after. You're not getting this person's whole life, you know? Like
it was
you know everything about these baseball, like these athletes.
This might have been the first sports thing where that did happen because he and Mickey Mantle.
Mickey Mantle.
Were fighting for this record. They were neck and neck
No,
the whole time.
I understand, like,
And
on
they
the
interviewed
field.
him.
I'm
Yes.
talking about off the
There's that
field.
famous
No, yeah,
audio.
well, that's what we're trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Off the
But you knew nothing about his personal life. You knew rumors,
A
like
little
things
bit.
that people said, but you can't go back and Google it, see it. You don't know. You can't find out those small details about them.
There was that one special audio when they were talking. I think when they interviewed him and what he
setting
said,
yourself
Roger
up.
Maris.
Oh, Roger Maris. What did that sound like when they were?
Well, when I was up to the plane, I wasn't feeling so good today. The clam sandwich earlier, I got it from a street vendor. I don't know if it was refrigerated. And then I had a couple of Easter eggs. And but my mother made them for me, and we had to dye it. But back then, we used real paint when we dyed them eggs.
It was the 60s. Not that you were alive for this. You were alive for
I
this.
had the trots all day too, so you might want to buy my shorts. Those shorts are not going to go for no $1 million. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, you're not getting poo out of wool.
No.
Okay. It happened again.
Yeah.
And of course it happened again because we, for some reason, lead America
Yeah.
in small town corrupt politicians.
Oh.
Let me say that again. Alleged corrupt politicians.
Yeah, this is a weird one.
Did you
too.
see it?
Yeah, like I didn't know this was actually a department.
Did you? Well, this is
Oh
actually.
no, isn't this like the second story we've talked about of this position just in a different town?
She's right.
But I didn't know this town needed a separate this.
Did you read the full report?
No.
Oh my God.
Well, I did see like some of the allegations.
Oh no! Even past the allegations they named in the story, the full report is even more jarring.
Oh.
And we're going to tell you what one elected official in a town on the east side has
Yeah.
been accused of. But to Kimmy's point, this is the second this head of this kind of department
Yeah, like
in another
I
town.
didn't know it included such an ego.
And the question you nailed it. The question becomes:
Yeah.
how little power
Yeah.
does a man need for it to go to his head where he becomes a tyrant?
Is it a full-time job?
Yeah, it's a full-time job,
Oh,
I
wow.
think.
All right.
We'll tell you the story.
Got a suit.
We'll do it next. No, he doesn't. He's wearing jeans.
Oh, he was?
Well, I don't know. I assume he wears jeans to this job.
Oh, I saw the file footage. Looked like he had a nice suit.
No, I think he was going to Roger Maris's grave.
Was he really?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Because I know every year you'll have to lay a hard-boiled egg on his grave and a clam sandwich.
We're good, dude. Shut up. Next, break from CMF.
What's the matter?
We got another one.
What happened?
Look, we can't go 2 weeks without some small-town elected official in our area facing some kind of allegation. But even in all these stories we read from our area, there is an even more specific, strange pattern happening involving these allegations.
All right.
Because, Tommy, you would get why a major office like President of the United States, Senator, Governor, would make someone feel like they can't do anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But to be corrupt with this tiny amount of power.
Yeah.
A job a lot of people don't even know exists.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know this town needed this.
Well, every town needs one.
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into the story. Leaders in the town of Mendon are calling for the resignation of their highway superintendent.
All right.
Now, for those who don't know,
Mr. Plow.
That's his name. The name again.
Mr. Plow.
For those who don't know, highway superintendent is an elected position in most, if not all, places in New York State.
Yeah.
So the story on News 8 says an investigation determined that the superintendent, Andrew Cachetta, I believe, has a laundry list of inappropriate behavior. The report says that between August of 2023 and October of 2024, the superintendent allegedly made inappropriate comments about female employees to male employees. One incident says he referred to a female employee as drunk and promiscuous.
Oh, Jesus, man.
He allegedly insinuated that this woman was hitting on him and other men in the office. He also allegedly talked about a female employee's, quote, nice ass.
Wait, that's in there?
That's in there. It's in the report.
Nice ass.
If you read the report, it's in there. He is also accused of demeaning employees in front of others. He's accused of refusing to speak to employees when they were right in front of him trying to speak to him. He's also accused of losing his temper in the workplace.
All right.
The report alleged that he threw chairs across the room violently with other employees there. He's also accused of physically threatening employees. He is then accused of using vehicles to block employees from exiting their own vehicles.
Oh my God.
This guy put in a full day.
Well,
seriously.
yeah. Now, look.
Take some strategy.
And these are just a few of the accusations. The
That's
whole
a new
report
one, though.
is available on all of the news stations' websites if you want to read it. Cachetta, the superintendent, has yet to respond, although he said other people were doing bad stuff too, and he wanted that investigated.
Okay.
They did.
It's not great in your defense.
Well, Kimmy, they investigated it.
And?
The investigation found his claims to be unsubstantiated.
Oh.
Okay. So
Yeah.
we sit here to talk about another small-town official asked to resign due to poor conduct.
Yeah.
And we always like to say we have to lead America in small-town government scandal. But this story is extra strange.
Why is that?
Because as Kimmy mentioned earlier, this man in Mendon is the second highway superintendent in the greater Rochester area to be accused of bad stuff. Because Dan Wolf had the same job in Ogden. And you'll remember this guy. Back in June of last year,
What are you?
he was accused of repeatedly using the N-word. Story on 10 NBC said when he was asked by investigators if he used that word, he admitted he had, adding, quote, we've all said it.
Oh, my God.
So my dad could have been superintendent.
He is accused of shoving one of his workers on the job into oncoming traffic.
Oh, yeah. This guy, yeah.
No word on if he used a racial slur while he was doing it.
Yeah.
He is also
I think
accused.
they used to call him Mr. Shove.
Mr. Shove?
Mr. Shove.
That name again.
Mr. Shove.
This man, Dan Wolf in Ogden, was also accused of sexual harassment against a female employee. He is also accused of making fun of a sibling of someone he worked with because that sibling had multiple sclerosis.
Oh, my God.
Now, this man, they tried to get him to leave. They couldn't get him out because it was an elected a position. The DA was going to open an investigation into him to get him out, and then he retired in February.
Convenient.
Okay. Kimmy, I think you asked the most important question in this discussion.
Yeah, because I'm kind of wondering, like, what's the lowest level of a political position you can hold where that power can get to your head?
I think it's any position.
It kind of seems like it.
I think it's just guys in any job
where,
where
like,
they
you
think they got some
feel
power.
like you feel untouchable. You feel like you're the big boss, and I could do whatever I want. I mean, I guess
Look at guys
technically that could happen at any workplace.
Look at guys that we know that had no position but invented one in their heads
Okay.
and started acting like they were the boss. Like, that's the kind of demented state men's heads get at sometimes when you give them some power.
Okay, I don't disagree with you, but I think we need to draw a very thick line here.
What's the line?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263 if you want to jump in. You're right. We've all worked with people who've decided they were the boss.
Yeah.
They had no power. They were going to be this guy. But these positions are elected positions.
Yes, they are.
Right.
These people have to run for these spots. And if they don't do their job, bad things happen. Like, as much as we want to laugh about the highway superintendent, it's an important job.
Yeah.
Highways, right? Like, these two men, the highway superintendent for Mendon and Ogden, they are important. But nobody cares. Right? These are the elections.
They're not glamorous jobs.
Glamorous, Tommy. Nobody knows who you are.
Right.
I was going to say, like, nobody's dying to shake your hand.
And
when
maybe
you're out
that's
to
the
eat
problem.
and where you live.
Oh.
You're looking for something you're not getting, so you start taking it out on your employees.
Okay.
Like maybe if it was a glitzy job, you get your Jones fill, but like because you can't, you start taking it out on the people around you. Because remember we had that other one with the guy that owned the landscaping company in Henrietta.
Yep.
He also had a job where he got into trouble like
that was years ago.
running his mouth, but then he was even honking his horn past one of the
Those
guys'
were the
house.
accusations.
Like
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
No, but that was town supervisor.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, but even that job, I mean, most people don't think about your town supervisor.
Well, you don't because you don't know. And in fact, you didn't vote in the town supervisor position or the mayor in Pittsford, and somebody lost by one vote.
But they're not big jobs in the grand scheme of things.
I get the logic behind it, but I guess what I'm getting at is this.
Yeah.
You would have to know that running for these positions. Like,
Yeah.
if you were running for power and clout,
Yeah.
highway supervisor
Yeah.
was not going to get you that.
Right.
You
But
don't
maybe
have.
that's what you go, but you take what you can get.
Okay, but what made you think you were going to be able to get away with this stuff
Yeah.
in that position? It has to be.
Arrogance.
But that arrogance has to be the smallest amount of power
Yeah.
to ever go to someone's head.
Yeah.
And it's pathetic.
It is.
It's pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
What is wrong with you? If the allegations are true, of course.
Yeah.
And, like, you have a whole office of people you're working with.
Mm-hmm.
No one was going to say anything?
Right. Especially now, man. Like you can't get away with anything.
But maybe it's one of those things where the people that are getting in trouble for this, like, don't care because they don't think that anything can happen to them. So I almost like they know that they're not really supposed to be doing it, but, do something about it. I dare you.
All right, but here's the thing. Now, you're right. It is very hard to get an elected official removed from New York State
Yeah.
at any position. We have found that out literally dozens of times because, again, we lead the nation, have to, in local political scandal. If you're just joining us, we're talking about the highway superintendent for the town of Mendon. Story on News 8 last night says after an investigation, leaders in Mendon want this man, Andrew Caschetta, to resign after a laundry list of allegations. He's accused of referring to a female employee as drunk and promiscuous. Also insinuated this woman was hitting on him and other men in the office. Said she, allegedly talked about a female employee's nice ass. He's accused of ignoring employees.
Guy could have been on morning radio in the 70s.
He's accused of ignoring employees when they were right in front of him trying to speak to him. He's accused of throwing chairs violently across the room with other employees.
Little Bobby Knight action.
He's accused of physically threatening employees. He's also accused of using vehicles to block employees from exiting their vehicles. You're right, Kimmy. This Dan Wolf guy in Ogden, the one we talked about, the second one, it was a hell of a way to get him out. It took his resignation. And maybe there's no way to get this guy out. In fact, the town supervisor in Irondequoit who was facing scandal, he's been asked to resign for months. He's still in that job.
And I think he's running for re-election.
He's planning on running for re-election.
I think the ads are out there.
All that being said,
Yeah.
Kimmy, whether or not you're removed from your job, I would think your reputation is more valuable than the job you're in, and that's going to get wrecked.
But I also think that a lot of people who are in these positions surround themselves with yes people that laugh at them, people that think they're funny, so they could point to those one or two people and say, well, come on, they get the joke. Why don't you get the joke?
Okay, I want to
Or they think it's okay. Well, I don't. This person's the one with the problem. I think it only takes a few people to like really build you up and be like your yes crew for you to have that mentality of everything's fine. I don't know what you're complaining about.
All right, I want to take something I said a step further.
What's that?
Because I said if you allow the power of being a highway superintendent to go to your head, you're pathetic. If you're a yes man for the highway superintendent, you are somehow more pathetic than
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
Because you're trying to attach yourself to his power.
Those people exist.
Oh, yeah.
At every job, every level.
Every level. I
Yeah.
think every level has these people.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
No political corruption or scandal is good. It's never good.
Yeah.
That being said, Tommy, it's logical that someone who is president of the United States, a senator, a governor,
Yeah.
would have so many people, Kimmy, to your point,
Oh,
kissing
sure.
their ass, listening to them, rubbing. They'd be rubbing elbows with important people.
But those positions really matter nationally or even regionally.
And that could go to your head.
Yes.
Right? That corruption makes sense. It's sad. It shouldn't happen, but it makes sense. If the allegations are true, this makes you a bitch.
Yeah.
Right? Like, these are all kinds of guys who just want power to treat people like crap.
Yes.
Where does that come from?
Ego. You want to control things.
But it makes you feel like a small.
They
it makes you seem
see
small.
that. They do not see that. They live in a different world with different blinders on. We see it in podcasts, for God's sake.
You're right, but I always
like the guy that has a nobody podcast has guys below him looking at him, and he ain't making 2 nickels.
All right, past the flunkies, right? The whole yes men thing, right? When I see these stories, if the allegations are true, it seems to me these guys want power only to be able to treat other people like crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know where that comes from.
And they may have done that little by little. Like they may have always had somebody they could push around or tell what to do, even when they held a different job or different position. So it only gets magnified when they get that big role.
But don't they realize it makes everyone realize that they are an insecure.
Some people would rather be feared than respected.
But you're not feared.
And I think that's what they think.
But that's the other funny part, Kimmy. You're right. I'd rather be feared than I would be loved. I've seen plenty of dads on Instagram put that on their story, right? But nobody fears you as the highway superintendent.
But he thinks he's important.
Okay, you are important.
And I think that
to a degree you are, but not to where he puts himself.
Yeah. And I mean, we've all worked with hotheads. Like, no matter how embarrassing their actions are, they do it over and over again.
But I mean, you can speak to this, man.
It's amazing. It's almost they don't feel the embarrassment afterwards. Like everybody else feels awkward and weird after that outburst, but they just go on about their day like nothing ever happened.
But let's walk down that road, Kimmy, because you're right. I mean, Tommy or Kimmy, you come in here when you didn't really have to deal with that kind of psycho. But we've worked in this business with guys like Kimmy describing.
Oh, no. I've worked with hotheads before.
In this business?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're a hothead. Shut up.
You probably
man.
worked with some of them too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here comes big old tough Tommy. He's going to tell people what to do. Oh, no, here he comes.
I have worked with many hotheads.
He's the leather chair superintendent.
One of them was my ex-wife, hothead.
But, like, Tommy, when that stuff went down, right, and those people tried to intimidate us, it was laughable.
Yes, we'd laugh at them.
Yeah.
But it
they
never
don't see
stopped
that.
them.
Yeah,
That's the thing. I watched a guy assault a briefcase in a meeting, and my ex-wife assault a trash can in the middle of a morning show. And we just gave them stupid nicknames, but it didn't stop them.
No.
These people. I'm telling you, man, they're wired different.
Okay.
Just like you and I are wired different.
No, look, there's
you're a wise ass. Everything's a goddamn joke. Can't get off the stage, Pat. Blah, 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 blah. People probably say the same thing about you.
Yeah, but I'm not going to hurt anybody.
No, but you have your own idiosyncrasies.
Okay,
and I think that's what that is.
Hold on, no. The allegations these two men face in their separate stories, those are not quirks. You get what I'm saying?
I understand.
Like, that is a personality defect.
Right.
Okay?
But
So
we also have defects.
not to this level.
Well, you have different defects.
You are defending these men.
I'm not defending
You are
these men.
defending these men. Just like us, these alleged psychos.
But I sometimes we can be cruel for a joke.
You can be cruel. I'm only cruel to you and your mother.
You've hurt some feelings around
Yes,
this
you
building.
have. I don't think. I think you've made some people cry in this building.
Okay, but not intentionally.
Well, whether you intended to or not, you made them cry.
She asked me for advice.
Like, you belittled one guy so much he had to come in here and defend himself in front of me, and then you took more shots at him right there.
Oh, you are not going to try and
did
say.
I strike a nerve?
You are not going to try and say.
Strike a nerve?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
There are people that
St.
don't come into this
Patrick.
room.
Let me ask you a question.
St. Patrick.
Let me ask you a question. Was I wrong?
No.
Ah!
But I wouldn't have handled that.
By the way, he's that guy, too, that we're talking
Oh,
about
yeah,
here.
he's also that guy.
Shut up!
We're all that guy.
No, we're not all this guy.
No, I mean, some people are crueler than others.
Bro.
Yes, I'm not saying you're the same guy or I'm the same guy as that guy. But people, you don't know how other people perceive you.
Okay.
And when you're doing things.
In what you are saying, every guy who is like these two men that see themselves in these two stories and go, what's a big deal? They're going, yeah, Tommy's right. Why can't I just be me?
You can't.
Why can't? No, Tommy said it.
Every guy that says I'm going to be me takes me way too far. And all it takes is like one giggle from somebody, one polite laugh or smile.
That's lightning, man.
And they think, well, the gates have opened. Here I come.
And when I was on the old show, I did all that stuff. I was very mean to people,
Yes, you were.
openly.
No, I understand.
And they loved it. They thought it was funny as crap, and they paid me for it. But like, I did that. I did those things, and it was terrible.
Okay.
And I hurt feelings.
Look.
Yeah, there are people that come up to me to this day about things Tommy said 20 years ago that they want to complain about.
Okay. Now I'm starting to understand where you're coming from. And I get that you are dealing with your own.
But I've changed. I've toned it down.
No, you have.
Yeah, I don't even drink at work anymore.
That we know of. No, look,
Yeah, true.
I get mistakes can be made.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And there is growth for everybody. And I think the growth thing is important. And look,
Self-awareness never hurt.
in all sincerity, it is amazing who you are versus the clown that you wanted to be because you just wanted Weeze to think you were cool.
Yeah. But they pay me, so what do I care?
Oh, look at that. Yeah, man, well, I was the one making money.
my
too.
job,
The problem with, like, these stories, these are not young guys.
No, they're not.
Right?
No.
Like, these are record groove, dyed in the wool, this is who I am. And I don't know, there are two kinds of wolves inside me, an alpha and a beta. No, wait, I'm not a beta, you're a beta. Two kinds of wolves in the world.
There is also that guy, too, that excuses their behavior by saying, well, it was done to me when I was a kid. That's how people handled things. That's how my boss treated me. So that's kind of also why they do what they do.
Okay.
Because they think like that's what a boss is supposed to do, or at least blame
That's
it
the
on
image.
that.
Okay. Now, by the way, we are getting some information from multiple people. I don't know if this is true.
What's
and
that?
it may actually give us a glimpse into why this specific job has become a problem in our area. Multiple people have written me saying on Facebook and Instagram that the highway superintendent is the, if not one of the highest paid jobs in town
No
government.
kidding.
It is?
You want to Google that, Kimmy?
Really?
I mean, is it a 24/7 job?
But you're only running the highways in just that one little town.
Yeah, but bro, I mean,
I know a lot
roads
of
are expensive.
I hear
there's
they
a lot
are,
of
yeah.
things.
Yeah.
You got plowing.
But not all the roads you even maintain, right? Because some of the roads aren't under your. Like there's state roads.
Under your what?
Jurisdiction.
Got there. I'm proud of you.
But like you
They're
don't
not
take
even
care.
under your.
Let me ask you this: so if you're running Mendon Highway, but there's like county roads, state roads, and then federal roads, but you don't take care of all the roads even.
What federal roads run through Mendon?
Well, 490, 390 would be a federal.
Yeah, that would be a highway.
Yeah, so you don't take care of those.
I don't think so.
And there's county roads, there's state roads.
I don't know.
Does he take care of all of them roads?
Why are you asking? I'm not a highway
Like,
superintendent.
I don't think you run every road, bro.
I don't treat people poorly. How would I know?
All right.
I just try to road shame them. Not even your road, bro.
Yeah, you don't even do 490, man.
It's
The big dog.
getting a pretty big range here,
All right.
but it says the average annual salary for a highway superintendent is around $98,000,
Okay,
but
I
it
mean-
can go up to $124,000.
It's a good living, but it's not like FU money.
Yeah, you're not living on a lake.
Yeah. Unless you live on a lake town, in which case you're kind of forced to do that. You know what I mean?
Or you got a place by your dad.
Yeah.
More of a shack than a house.
Pond's good for you, though. All right, let's take a break. Desperate times will make people do desperate things.
Sure.
Right? But we're not talking like money, robbing, anything like that.
What are we talking?
There is a teenage kid who is in serious trouble.
Oh, boy.
Will be doing jail time out of jealousy.
They're locking the kid up?
Well, bro, when you hear, you're
All right.
going to defend him. But it's why he allegedly, no, he could be he's guilty. Why he did what he did.
All right.
Because he didn't want his girlfriend going off without him.
Oh, so there's over a chick?
Yeah, but she wasn't going off like to cheat on him.
Oh.
She was just not including him. And we'll get to the story next here in the break room. See you, man. jealousy is bad.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look, we're all guilty of being jealous, but some people take steps when they get jealous. Like this young man did.
What happened?
And he's going to jail because of it.
Uh-oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. This story starts with a vacation. A family, 19-year-old girl, her parents, siblings, were going on a cruise vacation.
Oh, nice.
Now, they're from Michigan. This is a national news story. And they headed on down to Florida, and they were going to take a cruise ship to Jamaica and back.
Okay.
Pretty sweet, huh?
Yeah.
Here's the problem.
What happened?
When the ship took off, they had to turn right around.
What happened?
Somebody called in a bomb threat to the cruise ship. So the boat had to turn around, go back to port in Florida.
Everybody has to get off the goddamn boat.
Gotta check it.
5,000 people.
Dang.
They then had to check all 1,000 rooms on the ship.
Oh, man.
Take forever.
No bomb was found.
Yeah.
But they managed to trace the call,
Yeah.
and the call came from their hometown
Oh, wow.
in Michigan. Eventually, they made an arrest. The 19-year-old boyfriend of the girl who went with her family on the cruise.
Son.
And why? When he was asked why he did this,
Yeah.
he said he was upset that his girlfriend and his parents went on vacation without inviting him.
Oh.
Yikes.
Man, that is some privilege.
For some reason, this 19-year-old kid was under the impression he was going to be brought on the trip. When he found out he wasn't, called in a bomb threat to their cruise vacation.
Now, none of yous can cruise. What a dick.
This week, he was sentenced to 8 months behind bars, and that's on a plea. He was facing 5 years.
Yeah.
So, first off, probably broke up with the kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a red flag. Do we know if he did this on his cell phone?
Do not know.
Okay.
I do not have that information. I'm sorry, Kimmy.
I was just curious if he was that dumb.
I mean, like, the easy question here is how stupid are you to call in a bomb threat on a cruise ship, right?
Right.
So we're going to jump right past that one. Why would you, at 19, want to go on a cruise with your girlfriend and her parents?
Well, I guess it's different now than like when we were kids, maybe.
Thoughts, Kimmy?
It could be a jealous person. You're afraid of who she might meet on
Oh, yeah.
vacation.
Okay.
You know, that's what stood out to me there.
Yeah. She's going to be
I
running
don't want
around.
her to be like on vacation without me. So not so much the parents part or the family part, but just the fact that I can't keep my eye on her.
Okay, I understand that. And I also get at 19, like, you know, guys are so full of all kinds of right, whatever that we don't understand yet that it makes us do stupid things. That being said, even if I was concerned that my girlfriend was going to cheat on me on a cruise ship to Jamaica and back, I would take that over having to spend 5 days on a cruise ship with my girlfriend's
You
parents.
would have
I
done that
agree.
at 19.
Against my will.
I don't believe
Kimmy,
you.
I'm telling you.
You used your girlfriends for all sorts of stuff.
Used them?
You would not have.
Oh, you mean like shelter?
Look who's talking, trout mouth. Okay.
Right.
When
No, but I think today,
Pre-vacation.
though, I'm guessing parenting today is way different. Like, I sure as hell wouldn't do it because it was a different day and age. But parents now, maybe they're more loose as far as like what they let the kids do.
Or
and they
they
can go
want
off
to
on
get to
their own.
know their significant others more. Like they probably
Yeah.
have more of a relationship with whoever
They're kinder
your kid
people.
is dating.
Okay, like here's the thing. Like, so I was dating this girl when I was around this age, actually, and
Yeah.
her parents lived in Florida, and I went down and spent a week with her and her parents in Florida, and her parents were nice people.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't
Yeah.
not get along with them. It was still a miserable week because, like, you're a teenage
Yes,
kid,
and you're trapped.
And yeah, you were their parents, and you would have had this same experience, even if you get along with them. Kimmy, I mean, I'm sure your husband loves your dad.
Yeah.
I mean, they go on trips together.
Yeah.
Right? But I can't imagine if he wants to spend time with you that he would be like, we should bring your mom and dad along with this. That will be fun.
But some people do that stuff. And they did.
Yeah, we've gone on family vacations.
Yeah, you went to that one with your parents, right?
Yeah,
And you
for
know,
Christmas.
Yeah, but her
Brother-
husband was miserable the whole time. You see
The
the
whole
picture?
family was there.
Let me put it this way.
What?
I've been married almost 15 years now.
Yeah.
I can't think of something I would want to do less than go on vacation with either my mother or father.
Oh, I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
And I get along with both of them.
Well, you wouldn't
Most
want to
of the
go
time.
with your family, period.
No, I'll take my kids.
No, I mean
my
like
family.
your side.
My dad. I went on a cruise with my dad.
You went on a bunch of stuff with your dad.
Yeah, my old man and I used to hang out a ton when
But you
I
were a
was-
kid.
Well, I mean, late teens.
Right.
Yeah, but even that, at that time when I was still a stupid young man, I was like, something's not right about this.
Yeah.
So there is something that is not normal about what we are doing together as people.
I understand. But I think people just have a different relationship with parents now. It just seems it's a lot easier to get along.
Okay.
But I agree. I can't stand my parents. I love them, but I can't stand them.
But Kimmy, you would look forward to a vacation with your in-laws?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I feel as long as you have your own separate space. Like, I wouldn't want to share a room with my in-laws, but
But
if
how
I
about
have
the
like my
schedule?
own separate space and stuff, what?
Usually it's a schedule, like what we're doing when we're on vacation. That's where the real rub happens. You know what I mean?
Well, no, the rub happens when the parents aren't around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'd be weird in front of his parents.
Yeah. But maybe they're that cool. I don't know. I don't want to say anything. But you know what I'm saying? Like everybody has their own agenda.
No,
but
I
you
know.
gotta follow the people that are paying.
You know what I've realized? Like, going on vacation with my dad has been so tough because he is that guy that like he needs activities. He's
And
got to do
scheduling.
stuff. Like, there's no relaxing on
Right.
vacation. I feel like I could go on vacation with just about anybody.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you this question. You have a choice between a vacation with your dad or a vacation with us. Who are you choosing?
Well, you guys are just gonna be dicks the whole time.
Yeah, but we're lazy dicks.
And we're vacation dicks. Vacation dicks are fun.
All
And you and
right.
I have similar interests.
We do, but I don't know what vacation Tommy looks like. I'm not gonna be used to you and all those hats.
252 WCMF. We're talking about a 19-year-old man who will be doing 8 months in prison after police say he called in a bomb threat to a Carnival cruise ship that was leaving Florida to go to Jamaica after his girlfriend and her family went on vacation without him, and he was upset about it. Again, he was facing 5 years in prison. He took a plea to get to the 8 months. I mean, this also, as a father of a girl who is a teenager now that is entering the world of boys,
Yeah.
this had to be an "I told you so" moment for mom and dad.
Oh yeah.
Because like
The
this,
kid's,
Oh.
the kid's no good.
yes, this can't be the first time the parents are like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you
Yeah,
did
there's
this."
probably a reason they didn't take him.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, and in that way, I kind of feel bad for this girl because, look, we all dated
Oh, yeah.
stupid people when we were kids, right?
Yeah.
Like, but rarely did it end in your vacation is ruined and your boyfriend being jealous made a national news story out of all of us.
Yeah.
But this is also kind of a new thing to me too, because I noticed that people that had kids like your age now, you're almost obligated to let your kids bring a friend on vacation. I'm not talking like you're going to Hershey Park. I'm talking like something like these, like we're going to Florida, we're going to California, we're taking a cruise, and all of a sudden they get to take a friend with them. And I'm going, that's all new because I never took a vacation and I got to bring a friend.
No, that existed when we were kids.
Yeah.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you took busted ass vacation.
No, the best
Well,
vacations
he
I
got
took.
to go on.
Yeah, were the ones
he
that
was the friend.
Exactly.
No, but I said like when you went to the Bills games and everything like that with your dad to Florida, it was just you and your dad.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. No. My dad never took any of my friends. I'm saying I got to go as the friend
Oh.
on a couple of occasions,
Oh.
like when I
Oh,
was a
you
kid.
did?
Yeah, that was the
Oh.
only nice vacation I got to take.
Oh.
It wasn't a.
But that's new. Like all that's new to me. Like you almost like
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I never knew a kid that got to go on vacation with another family, especially like a nice, like a big one.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you brought that up. I hope my kids don't have that expectation because that sure as hell not happening.
Well,
Well, what if they
you
ask
were
you to
that
go with a
kid?
friend?
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm not taking some other kid on vacation.
You are. You know you are.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
It would be around this age where they'd ask.
I think
probably
my
start
wife.
to ask.
I'm pretty sure my wife and I are on the same page here. Like,
What if you did like a mini drivable vacation somewhere for a weekend? Like, I don't know,
yeah, take
rented a cottage or something. You
It's-
wouldn't let your kid bring a friend?
but it's too much liability, responsibility. Like I can yell at my kids, "Stop doing that over there." I feel weird like disciplining other people's kids.
But I also think it would be great to have that because then it
Yeah.
gives your kids something to do. So like preoccupies them so they're not bugging you.
Yeah, but I'm also at the age where I understand that my kids are going to be out of the house soon, so I'm trying to soak in every second.
Oh.
So like I paid for this vacation. You will love me while we are gone.
Oh.
That is my rule.
I would want the kid just
Forced
to
fun.
I don't have to deal with the kid.
Yeah, that makes you a bad person.
No, it doesn't. Brought you another kid. Go underage drink or something. Get out of the cottage. Go find somebody to buy you beer. We all did it.
We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room about CMF. But first, I got to tell. That's going to be a rapperoo.
The old Hub Day rapperoo.
For a Wednesday Break Room CMF, that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, Easter is on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
And money, 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 money.
Yeah, there it goes.
Money, 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 money.
It's always something.
Man, we've talked about how Christmas will ruin you. Having to shop for Christmas presents and stuff like that. But Easter is a sneaky holiday because there is no set amount.
No. Everybody's Easter looks much different.
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
And proof of that is in a number we will share with you tomorrow because we have what the average person will spend per Easter basket for Sunday.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine, Kimmy, this number is where it is because everyone is spending this. I would imagine it's here because some people are spending a whole hell of a lot more.
Bringing up the average.
And some people are spending a whole hell of a lot less.
Because you keep putting new stuff in the basket instead of the traditional stuff.
Well, I mean, it kind of feels like you have to now to keep up with the Joneses.
But that's what happened, right?
I mean, I saw a headline that was like Easter's hottest toy, and I don't ever remember there being a hottest toy for Easter before.
I'll tell you where it all started. You can thank the Sony Corporation for this. Because somebody put a Walkman in an Easter basket, and we were off to the races, baby.
We'll get into that.
You know I'm right.
With several more, I assume, hot Walkman takes. Tomorrow here at the Break Room on CMF. Jolene's on her way in. She's got 10 at 10.
Jolene? What a great kid, man. Really enjoy her show.
Stick around there. 10 straight songs. For Kimmy?
Yep.
Who never got any Easter toys when she was a kid.
No, but my dad would put like $5 in an Easter egg and say, go, just to watch my brother and I absolutely pummel each other.
You got to entertain yourself any way you can. For Tommy Muley, who's going to claim he never got any good Easter baskets, even though he's the most rich-ass, spoiled-ass, bitch-ass kid we ever met. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the Break Room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.